Good afternoon. Very happy to moderate this session. I'm El Mouhoud, member of the Circle of Economists, and I'm an economy teacher, and I'm very happy to facilitate this session on innovation and to the service of societies. Yesterday, in the opening speech, Jean Hervé said the title, he says, to succeed with the transformation of the world or transform the successes of the world. And I think he was saying it as a joke, but it's a good question, I think, to be able to do this. And can we succeed with innovations for society? Can they be successful or can they be transformed? What are we talking about? We're talking about innovation associated with AI, digital revolution, that we woefully entered into. And not just that, but also social innovations and issues of diversity, inclusion, which go together with technological innovation. Now, when it comes to artificial intelligence, for example, which is at the heart of this digital revolution, we have to make a distinction. And there is the cyber world and the business model. There is a real life. There is a link in industry with a transformational power profond. The automation of process is in progress and will be. So 3 questions I will ask to our members of the panel soon. So now, what are the vision of technological innovations, associated with the digital world, and what are the stakes when it comes to inclusion in their own domains? So each member of the panel will answer the 3 questions to have a concrete idea of innovation. What are the obstacles associated with the institutional environment and the perception and understanding as to this rupture of technologies? And then third question, what are the solutions they consider or envisage on their side for innovations to succeed? So to go back to the initial terminology, as to the effects, simply to set the scope without being exhaustive, because I think the presentations you will hear are very precise, most interesting, and they will be able to better inform those who are in the room. So we talk about machine learning, big data, Internet of Things, cloud-based architecture, information technologies, GPU, neuronal networks, and so on and so forth, to control the effect of AI and for any disruptive technology, especially the one which gain access to general use technology. We have to act upstream, that is at the origin of the creation of algorithm and of the underlying business model. So we need to invest in research and brains, but we also have to act downstream on the impacts, the effects. This is why actually the issue of social innovations, organizational innovations, are fundamental to must be taken into account. The technical and scientific mastering is good. At the GAFAMs, we do have a representative of the GAFAMs here, and the biotics, as we call them, and simply, well, there is a paradox apparently. So algorithm with increasing efficacy are developed by private groups, industrial groups, and they pose issues with the relationship with society and possibly democracy. Technical control is something well established, but in addition to it, there are possibility of mass data monopoly and and huge investment in calculation power. So the business model of the companies make it possible for them to prosper, and the attention economy is at the heart of their development. Just a couple of the effects of AI. 75% of Netflix consumption is drawn by the deep learning algorithmic recommendations. Just repeating the term. So the robots that make it possible for Amazon to double its productivity in the next 10 years almost half of the jobs in the US are likely to be automated, about 2/3 in China, but yet at the same time, 25 million of jobs will be created in the US to build the virtual infrastructure. So effects will not be zero-sum games. There is creation of wealth, but there is an issue of impact. The Baumol's law that economists love, which for a long time prevailed to distinguish, to make a difference with service and industry, is somewhat disappearing. Productivity in service was much lower than in the industry, which made it possible to develop new jobs, but maybe there is a change with the amazing productive effect in the services. In digital health as well, you know, the societal effect of this technology are huge. You know, recomposition of value chains, which you know as well, and which result from this. Now, as to obstacles, well, we could wonder if this model is sustainable. I mean, we can question this problem of sustainability, of course, or durability. There will be a lot of demand for jobs that will exceed in terms of, for example, data scientists, but there are 4 or 5 main challenges for society. Ecological ones, which will be essential in the future economic models. The AI neuronal network algorithm are very power consuming, so there will be also the consciousness of new generation. You know, young people also have an aversion to with climate change, you know, and also there is a sort of a bet, you know, the underlying business model of web giants should be losing ground. So there are problem of bias, exclusion, discrimination. We'll discuss that. So can AI, womanless AI is good for the future? So those are the effects and some of the stakes of those disruptive technologies. And therefore, the last question: how can we transform successes, make them acceptable, and enable their positive effect on society? And to answer all these, we have to develop research programs, interdisciplinary research program with new interactivity models between domains and disciplines. But anyway, solutions will come more from the speakers. And with no further ado, I will give the floor to them. I'll take the first question on effects and ask the question in the order of talks on the program. Sylvie Duranton, who is director of Boston Mission Group Gamma, who will soon be BCG X. We'll see why. You will tell us possibly. And then Arnaud Cohen, who is director of economic policy. Adam Cohen, sorry. Vincent Wex, who is the CEO of Inetum, and then Angélique Girard, who is CEO of Systemic. And Systemic, thank you. And she will tell us exactly why for her social innovations are essential. So, Sylvain, you have the floor. Thank you. Well, the effects of AI, what we see, innovation, it's a major topic. Innovation is the problem of leaders in a world that is changing rapidly. And we can see today that there are new technologies. There are like endless or possibilities. They come everywhere at every stage of businesses and in the tariff setting, maintenance, production, supply chain. Everywhere we see AI with lots of data. So there are different disruptive aspects. For example, now with the crisis in Ukraine, many companies have supply chains which are impacted with plants that shut down and suppliers who cannot provide goods. And now AI will be used to send new orders, rearrange the orders, reschedule the production schedules. And so without AI, this would not be possible. There are also societal aspects. You know, AI could be a solution for main challenge, the food safety, you know, to have less water, less fertilizer while increasing the farming yields. In some cases, thanks to AI, be able to identify lands where if we change the way crop is cultivated, we can capture carbon in the ground, and that it is captured, and that all the practices are implemented in the fields with a part done with using drones. All this is possible today and will make it possible to overcome the challenges of food safety in the world. Then again, predictive medicine, ultra-personalized or custom-made. Education is a huge domain, and AI system may help children in learning to read, write, and of course the climate challenge. We all have this in mind. We all get committed. 85% of business managers will deal with the topic and make it their first priority, but 11% of companies declare to be able to measure their emissions. So there is a huge gap, and today, well, AI could help achieve better measurements and fight against climate change. So all this is very nice, but when I see innovation in companies where I work, if I want to be objective, I could say that there is a lot of incremental every year. You know, every year they gain a bit of productivity, less inventory, a bit. But in incremental innovation today, I think we could give ourselves a score of 9 out of 10. If I look at disruptive innovation, the real radical ruptures, the disruptions that change our lives, it's like 5 out of 10. 4 out of 5 in the world of the digital. We got great representative of the digital world here. The digital has changed our life. AI has changed things, you know, smartphones, social networks, etc. When I look at the real world, the physical world, things did not really change, actually. Well, not at a large scale. Of course, we all have in mind the great revolution of SA, but you know, trains, buildings, and so on and so forth. Fridges didn't change much. Whereas, so there's huge amount of technology available in laboratories that can be used and could radically change our daily lives, and not just to consume more, but it's consume better, to reduce our environmental footprints, to do better things. And I think this is the main challenge of the next 10 years, is to say, okay, you know, let's pass this to the real world. In digital, we go to the metaverse that will make innovation exponential in the what I call the cyber world. And the real world actually has a challenge to mankind has to overcome. I mean, has to respond to innovation, but businesses have to react too, because companies that do not innovate, in my opinion, are really threatened to disappear. And it's not Schumpeter competition. I lose market shares because I don't innovate as much as the neighbor. But you talked about the big resigning. You know, the big resigning, and the Prime Minister asked for the commitment of the youth today. And the youth who will not vote, I hope they won't stop coming to work and to recruit today, to give a meaning to work of people everywhere. Innovation is essential. And companies which are innovative may recruit because they are agile, reactive, and they come up with a project. Please, Sylvain, I'll come back to so please, and let me close. So I think the others, the first penalty they will receive is that they won't be able to recruit. Thank you. Adam Cohen.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm going to speak in English, and I'm sorry about that. But I can express myself more clearly, hopefully, in English, and I hope that works for everybody here. It's very clear that our wider economies and societies are digitalizing. I came to this event 8 years ago, and at the time we were talking about the digital economy, and we sort of thought about the digital economy as something over here, and the rest of the economy as this big thing over here. And what's clearly happened now is our wider economies and societies are digital, or in the process of digitalizing. And that comes with some great benefits and also some very important questions and concerns that I think we have to think of in concert. Some of the benefits that we've seen, I mean, we think about the rate of change in our economies and what happened during the COVID crisis and how digital tools helped maintain and ensure the resilience of our economies. We were able to keep functioning from home because of new digital tools. We saw in a 2-year crisis the pace of digital adoption and digitalization in our economies increased. We saw probably 10 years of digitalization happen in 2 years. Now, that has brought great benefits to citizens and to consumers and to businesses. If you think today, a small business has the capacity to use cloud computing tools, artificial intelligence tools, and software that 20 years ago would only have been the domain of a large, well-capitalized business. So a lot of these benefits are very widely distributed. For the consumer perspective, from the citizen's perspective, there are tools available today that are great enablers and great equalizers. I mean, you think about, I'm obviously from Google, so I'm very proud of our products, but you think about a tool like Google Search, and I can't think of anything similar in the history of our economies and societies that is shared so equally among people. Anyone with an internet connection is able to use this powerful search engine. It's at your service on the same terms as the richest, most powerful people in the world. And that's a novel and I think great benefit to our economies and societies. I do think that there are things that we have to consider in terms of risks. How will technology be used in the service of people? How will technology be used in the service of our economies? I think these are important choices for us to make and an ongoing conversation for companies and citizens and government to have about this.
Thank you so much, and thank you for being short. But you will have time to go back to your question.
Vincent Wex, thank you. Well, at the risk of repeating things, I'm going to do this briefly. We have a control tower that works in all sectors of activity. You know, digital technology is going to impact the entire economy. Let me make a remark. It's an important subject. We talk about AI, and the promise of AI is destruction more than anything. We've got weak AI, we've robotized, we've replaced, we've predicted, we've replaced human activity. And so it's something that we have to be careful of because it will bring disruptive innovations with new jobs, new areas of activity, a new economy. These are subjects that are not very well developed today at a small scale. So now we're beginning to be interested in these subjects after dealing with all of the subjects linked to robots. The good news is that faced with industrialization, it's clear that digital technology, robotization is going to be a major subject. I don't know whether we're going to create as many jobs as those that have disappeared, but the idea is to redesign our production lines in near field or by relocating them thanks to digital technology, but we're going to have benefits. You've got the question of disruption. How do you create a new molecule? We're working on health subjects. We're working on other subjects relating to robotization in order to optimize robots and neuronal functioning. So we're going to develop new jobs. And, you know, we need to focus on skills for this. But I think we've got to be careful today. We've got this negative image that is linked to AI, but it's above all, it's robotization, productivity, optimization, new jobs. So there is a whole range of things being created, and that's linked to innovation. Thank you. That is the challenge, isn't it? How do you get these positive effects to appear, to emerge, whereas the negative effects are visible to the naked eye, and also the short-term effects? Angélique Gérard, you can maybe carry on and talk about innovation in the broad sense of the term. So we've just talked about high-tech and digital technologies that are highly innovative areas. So it's our role, therefore, to make sure that we can have an impact on other economies. Today, the major challenge of these industries is not just to create technological innovation, but also social innovation. This is what we were talking about earlier on. we've been sharing that together around this table. So the underrepresentation of women in sectors has a high added value. STEMs. So this underrepresentation of STEM raises the problem of equality and usefulness. Equality because, well, we understand it's desirable to have a significant number of women in the highest number of industries possible. Usefulness. Now, the fewer women there are, the less innovation there will be. We're innovating much better and more if 100% of the population is able to do it. That is my personal conviction. We can see ethical progress, useful for the highest number of people if the highest number of people can buy into it. And it's not just a question of gender. You've also got the question of social origin that has to be taken into account. Thank you very much. Yes, that is a central challenge. And as president of the university involved in science and technologies and human and social sciences, so I'm very sensitive to what you say. We have a chair for women in science. We're trying to attract women to sciences. They're just as good as boys, if not better, but they don't necessarily come to the science field. So it's important, if we want to respond to the needs of the labour market, we need to offer double skills as well, dual skills. They're fundamental for the future. You began to talk about that, Sylvain. And by opening a dual bachelor's, the number of women is 45% with respect to 10% for just maths alone or IT alone. So women are very much attracted to scientific disciplines if we make an effort and give meaning to these technologies. And we're seeing a concrete example of the challenges. So there are obstacles. So let me do the opposite order from you. Angélie Gérard, what are the main obstacles to the diagnosis? Well, I think it's easier for me to say as a woman. So we're experiencing a period of contradictions between the requirements of our companies when it comes to equality and equality between men and women, and the means that we have. I'm thinking of the reform of the equivalent of A-levels in 2018. We're still voting on coercive laws for companies like the Copper-Zimmermann. I'm favorable for that law. But if we don't deal with the problem of gender diversity at its roots, we will have to always have quota women, which is not beneficial for anybody. It's not beneficial for women. It's not beneficial for companies. So it's a real subject, this reform of A-levels. Our companies, our industries have major challenges for the future. There's a dual transition, digital transition and an environmental transition that needs to be rolled out. And we know how urgent it is, the environmental transition. 30,000 engineers are produced a year. And the vitality of our economy is suffering from an absence of 20,000 engineers. And girls have deserted the scientific and technological disciplines before the A-level reform. And that has really put another nail in the coffin. We don't always realize the impact of this reform on the recruitment market, the labor market, because this reform is going to have an impact in 4 years' time. Because we need engineers who are able to influence the environment. We need geoengineers. And these women, these girls must be able to follow these sectors, and they need to be attracted to them. Thank you very much for your very incisive answers and short answers. Vincent, where are the obstacles? But where do you see the successes as well when it comes to innovation? Well, at the risk of repeating myself and repeating what's been said, the biggest obstacle is training. At the level of maths in Western Europe, there are lots of Eastern Europeans who have a level of education that is not at all comparable with the level of maths that we have here. Even if we have champions, The level of maths is a major subject of concern. Today, training and the attractiveness of training is important. It is an important aspect. Innovation today, with its societal impacts that gives meaning to IT jobs, digital jobs, these are also major subjects if we want to attract women, but also attract the best of students to digital courses. So we need to think about these subjects. We need to think about the global transformation of the economy, even if the wall of skills and the requirements, the needs are considerable. And we need to find other subjects. Innovation, again, is an important point here. We need to be able to reposition skills, more industrial skills or service skills. We need to send them to into the digital field. And the Copézirman has no meaning if we don't train young women, train more engineers in math so that they will be here in the future to help us with the economy. Thank you very much. Adam Cohen.
The main obstacles to make this technology successful?
I think there are a lot of obstacles, and let me focus on two in the interest of being brief. I think one very important one that my fellow panelists touched on is inclusion. How are we going to make sure these technologies are available and accessible to everyone in our societies and in our economies? And that means that we can't just make technologies that are one size fits all and say, you know, here, this works for most people, go ahead and figure out how to adopt it. It's up to you. We need to create conditions where people feel that these technologies are accessible to them, that they are part of the development and use of these technologies, and that these tools are really at their service. I think there's a lot to do in this area. I think the fundamental thing is really education, and education at all levels. We talked about early science and maths education, particularly for underrepresented groups, for women and for minorities. I think we also need to think about education for people in an older generation who might not feel as comfortable using these technologies, who might be worried that they can't get cash out of a bank machine anymore, and what's that going to mean if our whole economy goes cashless or digital. These are important things for us to consider. The other challenge that I'd highlight very quickly is the environmental challenge. Our technologies are using a lot of energy, and it's absolutely crucial, not that they just be green or sustainable. Those buzzwords are around a lot. I think it's very critical that we decarbonize our economy, and Google is doing its part here. We've been carbon neutral since 2007, which means that there are offsets for the carbon that we are using in our data centers and other facilities. We have put more offsets, we've created more offsets than all of the carbon we have used in the history of the company, but that's not enough. And so we have made a commitment that by 2030, we will completely decarbonize our operations. We will go green, we will use renewable energies across all of our products and services. And this is something where not only does Google and other companies have to make a commitment, we have to deploy technologies that are going to be useful to other businesses. Who will be our partners? Who in government and business is going to make use of tools that we can make available, AIs that can help you run greener data centers, that can help you calculate more efficient logistics operations? How do we deploy those tools in the greening and environmental protection of our countries?
Merci. Vincent, juste avant de vous donner la parole, je suis désolé.
Thank you. Before I hand over to you, perhaps to make the panel a little bit livelier, I think I saw you winking, no? Yes, I was just thinking about this carbon neutrality approach. For me, that's not the indicator. It's the indicator that allows the richest societies to buy forests in the Amazon. I think we have to stop communicating about this subject, because typically it's a subject that doesn't help with the problem. It doesn't address the problem at its roots, and that's the main point. I was going to come back to that subject. Today, AI technologies can help, but I think there's an urgent need to make sure that we don't just look at what we're doing. Technology is important, and it's something that's growing exponentially. there's something fundamental that needs to be done. It's all very well compensated, but we need to go further than that. We need to go further than that. We need to get out of this data voracious culture with big data. We've got algorithms, we've got increasing levels of data. We're going further and further. We're at the limit of a situation where, when you're doing searches for air tickets, our carbon footprint is almost like that of an aeroplane trip. So there's a change of mindset at all levels that needs to take place. There are labels that are being created. There are ways of working that need to be different. We should stop the race. There is software based on natural language with 80% performance levels and an energy consumption that is 8 times less. We need to stop. We need to stop the way we behave, because today airplanes, cars, we know what we're doing. We're making decisions that are linked to our environmental footprint. A computer, all of our digital technology, when we're filling up our cars, our digital behaviors, it's like going to pick up our children when we go, it's like picking up our children with the air conditioning on and the windows open. Anyway, there's another subject that's very important that you started to talk about, and that was the question of trust. And that is frightening today. 1/3 of the OECD employees think that they will be out of work because jobs will be automated. 1/3 say that in 5 years my job will exist, but as I will have to understand AI, I will be unemployed. And then AI, so another third think unemployment, without thinking of all the dystopias, Matrix, Terminator, aliens from the space, robots doing everything, without talking about the transparency of algorithms today. We're thinking about algorithms and the university courses that allow us to learn algorithms. So there's this background noise that is fairly negative. And at a given point in time, if that background noise becomes too negative, we won't be able to innovate anymore. And we're going to lose what we're earning, what we're gaining in terms of climate, health, education, the food chain. I think we've got to rebuild trust with more responsibility, more accountability when it comes to AI players. Because without that trust in public opinion, in users, we're going to be in a tight spot when it comes to innovation. Thank you very much, Sylvain. I think there's a question. I'm going to give you the floor for the third round of questions. What do we need to do? What are the solutions that you're thinking about? But before that, I'd like us to solve a problem. Now, you underlined this, Vincent Wex, with the question, and Adam, the question of carbon neutrality versus something else, some alternative to compensation in order to move forward. With AI, I see something. It's not due to AI itself. It's due to the structuring of the transformation of globalization. What I'm seeing as a researcher is that we're observing a relocation, a recomposition of value chains, partly thanks to digital technology, thanks to robotization, because we're seeing differences between OECD countries and emerging countries. The gaps are closing because of the costs going up. There's no point relocating to China, so we've relocated industry, and this is one of my favorite themes. I think at the same time, we're seeing a hyper globalization of services. So we've got a contradictory movement going on. We've not just got deglobalization. If we were to talk about that, we'd have to look at all of the components. I'm seeing this contradictory movement. Industry is coming back, services are going away. Not just little qualified services, but the other services that we've talked about linked to qualifications. So in terms of emissions, of carbon emissions, there's a conflict of use between the development of digital technologies. Is there a conflict of use? And there's a conflict in terms of policies and the imperatives of fighting against climate change. So this is a question I would like to ask you.
More globally, concerning the approach in our various models today, we must be able to accept less profit, to rework what we call regenerative models, and to reshore industries at home, but not the same way. We have to do it differently. We have to be able to innovate better with less, because if it is if we make the same mistake again, we'll just save carbon on the transport, but the impact of the product used will be the same. So the topic is more to integrate the fact that we can no longer work the way we used to, and all our companies, and I see Bros Rocher in the first row, who's done a lot of work on this topic. So we want to work on those regenerative models, finally, to be involved in this environmental transition, to accept less profit, but to more be the winner of this war. Yeah, clearly, reshoring will not take place without digital AI and so on. But we observe the same thing in services, relocalization from the large cities to the countryside, or other places. It's a reality, and at a scope which today is significant, and that is disturbing models. Well, it goes other models, even of when we go to look for skills in low-cost countries, there is a different competition. Then there are problem of, are we being to ensure continuity in our societies, in the missions we do, and in the long term, well, possibly tax problems that we need to be solved. But we can see the impact and the effects, in Eastern Europe, in Africa, in Latin America, with delocalization of qualified service jobs. Adam Cohen.
I think it's hard to be absolute about the phenomena that we're seeing at the moment. I think there are a range of different things that we can observe, and some things that we predicted, like the pace of digitalization that would lead to collapsing supply chains. That has happened to some degree. But also, what's remarkable is that these sort of traditional supply chains can coexist side by side. I'll give you a couple of examples. Think about how you might buy a mattress today. In the old days, a mattress manufacturer would distribute that mattress to a mattress wholesaler, which would then send it to a mattress retailer, and then they would sell it to a consumer. Today, these companies are selling mattresses directly to consumers. It increases transparency and choice for consumers. It increases efficiency in our economies. But we also see other examples, supply chain examples like airlines, where consumers now can transact directly with an airline, but they also use intermediaries that can help them compare prices, can help them compare various attributes like on-time ratings and the best, most convenient airports and a range of other features. So I think these things can coexist. I also think when it comes to this question about digitalization and what it means for onshoring or globalization or deglobalization, we can all put very powerful tools in the hands of people wherever they are, right? You don't have to necessarily be in a great economic center anymore in order to use transformative digital technologies. You no longer have to be an enormous, well-capitalized business to adopt these technologies. And the benefit of using these technologies is that you grow in experience and expertise. It's not just that you're taking or consuming something that's produced from overseas. If you're using cloud services, if you're adopting open source AI tools, you are growing in your experience and your ability to make them your own, put them at your service, and make them very local and unique to the way that you want to operate your business or interact with consumers, and you have a lot of control in this environment.
Sylvain?
Non, moi j'aimerais rebondir sur ce que...
I'd like to rebound to what Angélique said, because I do reason based on what you said, because we back to this topic of disruptive innovation or not, and another notion which is that of bravery, boldness in innovation and disruption. If technologies make it possible to gain half a point of productivity in the plant, the factory will not come back to Europe. If we want it back to Europe, we have to look for real disruptive rupture, 40% gain, plants which are completely different, and then we may decide to repatriate in Europe. So that's rupture, and leads me to the other topic. You said earlier on that we have to be ready at one stage to sacrifice profitability. What I do believe is that with the uncertain world in which we are, there is a change of managerial software or mindsets. There is a key word today in all companies that we have to to be risk avertive, and then we have to take moderate challenges, diversify the portfolios. Many consultants say now, let's look at what the world could be like in 20 years, several possible scenarios, and for each scenario, let's see what should be done. And what should be done in all scenarios, it's a highest dividing common in all the scenarios, because we know this is the no regret move. No, let's have a no regret move. So in the very uncertain world in which we live, we need actually the opposite. We need to major industrial stakes or challenges. Some will not succeed, let's face it, but companies who will win will be the ones those who decided to use technology to be really disruptive. And it calls for a major change in mindset in the way financial markets, boards of directors, managers, will think in many ways. So there is a period I do like very much, is the end of the 19th century, where the modern economy was created, coal, metallurgy, railways, banks, and so on and so forth. And we've seen major corporations, empires being done on the bet of entrepreneurs, or other managers who believed in innovation, and the companies that will win are the companies which are capable of redoing this. And we no longer can be in the no regret move. Let's go. We must have convictions where we have to put means. We know, let's bet the farm, So, well, to bet the farm, in some cases it will work, and in other cases it will not work. And we'll get back to this. This is what all startups do today, with the challenge of, moving up to scaling up, which is difficult for startups. But at one stage, I think major corporations, and it is also their responsibility to be bold enough to take risk. And those are the risks that will bring in innovation. Thank you, Sylvain. So you already discussed the solution, which is the third question I'm asking, but we might come back to this question of missions, but it could be also mission in terms of public policies. Now, who would like to take the floor on the third question, solutions? What to do? So I don't think that the solution should come from public policies. Quite the opposite, actually. That's a clear-cut answer, honest answer, even though the Prime Minister, Elizabeth Borne, was saying in the previous session, especially when she said that knowledge reduces inequality, national education system cannot do everything alone. Well, this is why we created Systemic, to initiate a new generation of feminine talents in STEMs. We've seen several symptoms in young women, gender-oriented stereotypes, and our studies show that as of 12, girls move away from science. So, that is so we have to pay attention at this time and give the good advice. And it is also a lack of experience often, of a practical experience in themes. So we decided to act. So this is why I think that, well, I do believe in the individual responsibility, and therefore I believe in private initiative to change things. So how do we act? Well, we have a very new systems, so information, recruitment, networking and support, mentoring, to favor links between younger women, their parents, teachers, the economic players and recruiters. And by the way, I would like to thank, we have several partners here today. It so happened that, it's quite Inetom. Inetom is the first partner of Systemic. So thank you very much for your conviction, sir, and thank you for your action on our side. Thank you very much. So, I will go look at it. I believe in the role of politics. Okay, here comes a debate, because we do have initiatives, partnership with schools, but when we look at the changes, the role of politicians is essential, not in the way it is done today. We have to be more stringent in education, mathematics, payment of teachers, the new orientations, make sure that university will match the needs of the business. That's a major role. But for the economic role, the positioning of regulations that will facilitate the fluidity And we're making a mistake today when we talk about regulation. We impose standards, and it was said this morning, standards which eventually become handicaps for the small companies, very much like rugby, when the referee is too strict and they don't let the game be played, well, the largest pack will win. So, I think it doesn't. Major players are not impacted by some of the regulations, but it creates major difficulties for small players, for their growth. So the role of politicians is not to follow the economic, but to precede the economics by creating conditions for fluidity, for competition, to prevent startups or Croatian initiative be killed because they will be bought by the major players. So the political role is essential. We have to redesign it in this vision. A private initiative, of course, but it won't be enough when we see the challenges ahead.
The policy environment matters a lot, but as I mentioned earlier, I think that what's most fundamental here is that businesses and citizens and governments work together to think through responses to the various challenges that we're facing. And I think that policies can be deployed that will be extremely helpful. I think of what the environment that we're in today. We're suffering from an energy shock that is having ripple effects through our wider economy, causing inflation. What can we do to increase and improve our energy resilience? I think there's a role for policy here. I was in California just a few weeks ago, and they've passed a rule or an ordinance that anybody doing building works, if you're modifying a building or building a new building, you need to have solar panels on the roof. And think about what that can do to a state, the sun shines in California like it does here. If everyone has solar panels on their roof, what that will do to energy independence and energy resilience. And I think that we should seek these types of solutions. There's a discussion about AI and robots and what that means for the future of employment. It certainly creates a lot of concern, and we have to be very aware of the implications of that concern and how to think it through. We also are facing labor shortages. And if we simply focus on the fact that these new technologies might cause displacement or disruption in the workforce, we might not be solving another problem that exists, which is how do we find people to do this work?
Sylvain, que faire?
So what to do, what to do?
Moi, je crois qu'il y a un rôle. Il est pas.
So I think there's a role. There's a role. It's not a complete role. Perhaps this is excessive. I started my career, I worked on electric vehicles in 1993, and everybody, there was a rumor about it. There was a law that had been voted, and it said that as of 2005, only zero emissions vehicles would be allowed to be on the roads in 2005. So policies help. We can see this with the deployment of renewable energies. It's one of the technologies where the deployment speed was beyond everybody's hope, and I think that's because of public action. I want to come back to training, which is critical. You know, it's about trust. It's by acting at all levels that we can make progress. Policies have a role. There are regulations as well that are being implemented. There are European regulations, but also there is this awareness about the need to create trust, to make sure that everything that is being doing in the AI field is accountable, it's responsible. There's a label, and a label can inspire more trust among users and consumers than regulations that have to be understood. So this notion of trust seems to me to be extremely important. And so we mustn't be too negative about AI. Now, we've heard about climate subjects, but we must stop being complacent as well. So 2,000 companies were asked about responsible AI last year. And most companies, so over 80%, said yes, it's important to be accountable. And we've started, and we've made progress already in that field. But now, when you look at the way companies have moved forward, about 40% of companies, when they say how accountable they are, they say they're right. And then you have 5% who underestimate what they're doing. They're doing better than what they think. But 55% of companies are convinced that they're doing very well when it comes to a responsible or accountable AI, but they've still got an awful lot of things to do. So I think that complacency, it should not be allowed. It's really an important area, and we've got to have responsible, accountable AI. It's not just about having a committee that's in charge of that's checking that the algorithms might be biased or not. You have to decide when an algorithm is tested or not tested, is good to be used. It's like with cars, there are crash tests, and it's like when you take an airplane, somebody who is not the builder of the airplane can guarantee that it's reliable or that the car is reliable. So that's what we need for AI. How is AI tested? How do we know when it's been tested enough? What about the drift over time of certain algorithms? You know, all of these subjects, including discrimination, are not being taken into account enough. And that's the only way we can recreate trust. And let me just finish with one thing. It's something that was important for me, and I spend my life thinking and doing research about AI. We did a study with the MIT, which was a highly disciplined and rigorous study. Of course, it was frightening. We talked about it with companies, but there were large-scale studies carried out by MIT. When you deploy AI in a company, the team receiving the AI, in over 80% of cases, there's an improvement in the morale of the teams, and that's because it's modern, it helps, and it helps with jobs that were a nuisance or painful. And so, we talk a lot about fears associated with AI, but when AI arrives in a company, in most cases, teams have a better morale. So we've got 3 minutes. One question. Down here, and then over there. So be quick with the microphone, please. Thank you for giving us solutions. I could give some, but I'm going to shut up. Yeah, I'd like to come back to what we've just heard about the aging of algorithms. Could you tell us a bit more about that? I'm naive, and if so, an equation is can it age? So that's the first question. We've only got an hour normally, so yes, if you can ask your question, please, sir. I wanted to come back to two declarations. The first is that today, in European programs, and especially Clean Sky programs, there is a convergence. There are groups that are being set up with extremely broad sets of skills, ranging from chemistry to test flights, and that's part of the same consortium. The second thing is, so you said that it's difficult to see the developments in the aviation industry, for example. There is a European project whose objective is to create anti-insect contamination coating. So we're going to be testing this on an aeroplane, an A320, but it will take 5 years before we can get to the production stage. The third thing I want to talk to you about is digitalization and engineering knowledge. Today, we are incapable, let me repeat, incapable of doing without tests, including in situations where at the end of the day, everything seems clear and straightforward. If we talk about an airplane's vibrations, today we are incapable of having a digital mock-up of airplanes' vibrations. We have to, once again, carry out tests. Thank you. You've got 1 minute. So the physical world still exists, and that's important. It hasn't been taken captive by digital technology. So 1 second about the aging of algorithms. An algorithm is a static equation, so there's no aging question. Without going into the technical details, algorithms, there are self-learning algorithms, and they can drift over time. One last word each. No, it's okay. I agree with the answer given. Okay, thank you very much for the debate. It was very interesting. Well done.
afternoon, and thank you for your presence, for your loyalty. The topic of the roundtable is Africa-Europe, and I think Europe, it's not Europe-Africa, it's Africa-Europe, a new dynamics. And there is no question mark. That's another key point. Let me introduce the, you all know the speakers. In the order, Serge Ekwe, who comes from Benin, but he comes mainly from Lomé, Togo, where he presides the BOAD, the West African Bank of Development. Thank you for your presence, and I will say it for each one of you. Then number 2 will be Mrs. Sarr, who is away, but she's with us in Dakar. She's the regional director of ONU Women, Women United Nations in Dakar, and I'm sure she will have views to share. Then number 3, the one sitting next to me, a friend Lionel Zinsou-Berlin, well known from the Cercle. You know, I think it's the 20th visit, right? Lionel, as you know, was the Prime Minister of Benin, and he's famous in finance, and today he's associate founder of Southbridge. I'll spare you the details. And number 4, and again, no order of presence, Laure Kichel, who is also a brilliant individual in finance, and she financed consulting office in terms of dealing with debt called Global Sovereign Advisors. So let me say a couple of words. I will say a few words about the topic. Of course, I'll try to be brief. Thank God I can read without looking at my notes. When we look at the shocks that we've been experiencing in the last 2 years, the pandemics and today the impacts of Ukraine war, and the two shocks are sort of crossing one another, and they're cumulative now. Clearly there is a lot of discussion and articulation with Africa-Europe-based question on which we might come back, that of vaccine and the sharing of patents. You know the figures. Africa has a vaccination rate which is very low compared versus what we have in Europe. So it is an element we have to look into. Second element, which is more specific to the Ukraine shock, which is the explosion of foodstuff. I was saying yesterday that, sorry to mention myself, but when the price of gas increase, it's a problem, but we don't die. But when the price of foodstuff explodes, it's a question of life and death for part of the, or death for part of the planet. So clearly there is this context which should create more solidarity on the other side of the world, Europe and Africa, Africa and Europe. And at the same time, it's not always the case, but so let's say that, let's admit Europe has made efforts. Summits were organized with by the initiative of France. But let me mention, well, we joined the VLOVSD, and we were 2 or 3 about to work on the presence of Senegal, to prepare, together we presented Macky Sall the presidency of African Union by Senegal. And we economists, this morning in a round table, we asked the question of the role of economists. Well, we made a couple of proposals. In order for us to decide, we came back to the problems we'll face of redistribution of specific money, currency, SDR, sorry. And with Jean Hergé and others, we made proposal as to the implementation of this financial stability mechanism in Africa. And on a personal note, I will work with the board on to go into this issue of financial stability mechanism. We made proposals so that Africans would have a rating agency and Pan-African rating agency to reduce the cost of the debt and so on and so forth. All this on the table. Thank you. Part of this is is now used by President Macky Sall in Addis Ababa when he opened the session of the African Union. So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about your topic.
But you can find it because subjects can actually converge. This is what I wanted to say, because actually everything is all the subject is very topical. In full debate, some reproaches are being made against us as Europeans because we are not enough present. Maybe in some way we are not generous enough, but Europe shouldn't make any mistake. Bilateral Africa is not bilateral, actually. And secondly, Europe is not the only one on the African soil. There's a growing competition with China, Russia. So Europe doesn't have a monopoly position anywhere. There's competition on that subject, and we should make sure that it should be to the benefit of African countries and not to the detriment of African countries. Thank you. It's your turn. You have the floor. Thank you, Christian. Thank you for this invitation. And it's with great pleasure that I will now speak to say a few words. First, on something that I said when I started heading the West African Bank of Development about Africa. African corporations, African banks are undercapitalized, and this is, everybody knows it. If we continue not to understand that capital is actually the most important thing, then we are mistaken. We are hugely mistaken. We are in a continent which is very familiar with debt subjects, but not familiar with capital subjects, but with capital-related subjects. And it's actually with capital that we can actually address the matter of risk subjects to address debt in the best possible conditions. And when I say that, that means the rate level, but also in terms of maturity, because you can't develop a continent when states or corporations cannot underwrite debts under normal conditions for a longer period of time than 10 years. That's not possible, that's not feasible. And this is an important statement. It was actually a view that was shared by President Macron during the previous conference with the African Union and the European Union in Brussels. I'm very happy to see that the global getaway has been endowed with 100 billion. That's actually already a first milestone. But all these good intentions are actually hitting a wall. There are facts that cannot be changed. What are they? As you said, Christian, it's actually special drawing rights. That's one of my favorite subjects, because I consider that here, beyond the Marshall Plans, which we were talking about earlier, we have, and I hope that here we have, and this is why I'm talking about with the present tense, we have a historical opportunity, I'm saying historical opportunity, to enable our continent to be responsible. Capital implies responsibility. There is a redirectioning system that, with a leverage effect, with the debt, can be provided to the public, but also to the private sector, because the private sector needs to take over from the public sector. We have this opportunity that is facing a difficulty, which you mentioned, Christian, earlier. This subject is not technical, but it's rather political. We've had difficulties, but today we are converging towards this. We had to go from a monetary meaning to a financial meaning or apprehension of the term. Why doesn't it move forward? That's the question. That's one of our challenges. I will not go further on that subject, but I would say that capital is actually the most important thing. It's actually responsibility, because it entails responsibility. Thank you. And you still have some credit. You have some speaking credit. You may speak further later on. And as for all of you, like for all the other sessions, I can receive questions from you on my iPad for those that are physically attending, but also for those that are online only. And I will try to do my best to ask the questions. We have with us a wonderful smiling lady with the sun rays of Dakar, I'm sure. We are delighted to share this moment with you. I don't know if you want to react upon what was said earlier, but you want to talk about some subjects that are dear to your heart. It's time for you now. Hello, thank you. I would like to say happy Tabaski Day. This is what we have in Senegal. I'm happy to be online with you today, despite the holiday, because this continent needs to release 50% of its potential and human capital. And there's an important human capital that is women. I know that the discussions will be mainly based and focused on economy, but my baseline is to say that we can't improve the relationships between Europe and Africa if we do not have women at the center of our conversation. We're delighted to see that many European countries, France included, have a feminist foreign policy. They want to face three challenges, especially African ladies. First of all, it's rights, the challenge of rights to education, to land ownership, to reproduction health, to health. And these are our rights. And partners, whoever they are, should help us to push the limits. The second challenge is that of representativity. When you look at the African Union family photo, you see only one lady, that's the chair of Tanzania, the president of Tanzania. So today, we need to push boundaries in terms of representativity. We need to push the limits in terms of resources. Here we talk about economics. Beyond the SDRs, we would like our partners, for the development, the financial institutions, the DOAD, the World Bank, or even World Philanthropy, like Melinda Gates, they should play this role as a catalyzer for women's empowerment. I think that the Ukrainian crisis is an opportunity for a lot of African countries, and that will help them to actually achieve food sovereignty. I don't know if you can hear me. We actually can hear you very well. We are following, we're listening to each and every of your words. We're listening. We can hear you. The Ukrainian crisis is an opportunity for Africa to achieve food sovereignty, to correct the narrative that we can read in the social networks, in the print media. We sell a lot of wheat, but a lot of countries actually consume a lot of local crops, like our bananas. And I don't think that we will die out of hunger because we do not have any wheat coming from Ukraine. It's not actually an accurate perception. And what I know about the situation, we have the OCP, which is the greatest producer. We also had ECS that was producing fertilizers. I think this should be an opportunity to change things. How can we change things, especially in agriculture? We think that as women, to change things, we should need 5 things. First of all, access to farmland. And amidst the partnerships that we have woven with the rest of the world, we want you to be on our side on this subject. We have to win the bet of productivity. We're reaching towards the COP27, and I think we should produce better in a resilient way to climate change, to make sure that our productivity is sustainable. With cereal crops, with our superfoods that the world is trying to get right now, 70% of agricultural labor is actually made of women, and we have to reinforce their capacities. This is an important goal. When we talk about funding, and when I'm actually trying to defend all the rights of women on the continent for 24 countries, the women have said to all the, want us to say to the economists that we have to get out of the ghetto of the eco-finance. They want credit lines, they want venture capital, they want guarantee funds, they want insurance, agricultural funds, they want leasing, and a lot of products that are more complex and that will respond to their needs. We have to speed up the access to market, and all the decision makers that may be here in this room, we have to win the bet of infrastructures, may it be for roads, energy, renewable energy. We need to use gas. I know that there's a whole momentum around investment reduction on gas, but this is a catalyst for change and transformation, and the partnership with Europe should include gas. So that's my message that I would like, that's the message I would like to convey. And we need our men as well for this. So I'm talking on behalf of all women for a long time. Women, African women, and also European women have tried to defend their rights on their own, but we need also decision-making men that actually lead the world governance to convey this message and to support our cause and our agenda. That's a he for she. That's actually the message we would like to convey. Thank you.
Merci. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. You will have the opportunity to take the floor again, I'm sure. Lionel. Oh, hello. Yes, dear friends. I fully agree with what this lady just said, but some countries, like our country, Serge in Benin, which are matriarchal societies. So we do understand the importance in our economies, in our power structures of the mother, the daughter, the wife, the sister. We are varied societies in Africa, and of course, we have different topics. But anyway, today, if we talk about the whole of Africa with Europe, I would say that I've attended the summit on the French presidency and the Macky Sall presidency in Brussels on February 18. I would say that very much like Serge, there is a true European dynamics. There are true commitments. On the African side, there is something like kind of a skepticism, not aggressive attention, but skepticism nevertheless. Because the question is that, do we have the instruments to efficiently, rapidly deploy the 150 billions? People who are used to, it happened to me in the private sector when I was a French financier, when it happened on the Benin side, when I was a minister in Benin. On average, from the European Development Fund, we only pay 50% of the means which have been officially granted. So 50% is not much. And in time limits which have nothing to do with the private sector. When you cross the mirror, you run a French private equity fund to mobilize 1 billion euros. It will take you about a week, let's say a week, a good week. When you become Prime Minister of Benin, to mobilize with the same level of documentation, legal documents, justifications of the business model. When you have to raise €1 billion, it takes 5 years. Well, there clearly is a difference in terms of economic efficiency between a week and 5 years to achieve goals. For example, there is energy urgency. Prices of gas and oil create not only inflation, additional costs for businesses, but there are, for the time being, even before the agricultural shortage takes over, they're the strongest poverty factor in Africa. All collective transport systems in major cities, all the movements become extremely expensive, and it is now the most constraining attack on purchasing power. So the next riots will not be about food, it will be about fuel. So you see what you could put in AC generator, oil in countries where there is no electrical light. In my country, we don't have electricity everywhere. So the answer of renewable is very rapid. But if you want to equip a little village, a little city with about 20,000 inhabitants, you can do it in a couple of, let's say, 6 months. We showed that in Senegal with Bokol, the first sun power plant connected to the national network. But you can do it at the local level, provide rapid solution within a year. But what you do technically in 6 months, it takes you 3 years to get the finance. So there is something here, see, about the instruments that Europeans should look into if at the European multilateral level they would have such instruments. Otherwise, it's like Charles Pig, when he talked about the Kant moral, when Kant has pure hands, but he has no hand. So if the European Union has no hand, the purity of its intention could create a skepticism. So in this context, would food solidarity in the coming months be part of this European dynamics? The answer is very ambiguous, actually, because if we take the vaccine solidarity response, and France would be an exception because it took more initiatives faster. So if we talk about just when we had money, we rapidly in Africa, because Africa, we can go fast as well. There are people who said recently, in the last few years, that we were, stop. We did not enter history. That was done in October in 2007 in Dakar. So we are running into history, and the answers to the pandemics were such that we learned from the European delays, and this is where we were less impacted. But it will be the same thing with food, but it will be based on our own efforts. And clearly, the European dynamics has to contribute to this amazing acceleration of the African history. Early on, Mrs. Sarr talked about giving women, who are the, I think I'm consuming my additional minute of survey. I'll stop now. But unless he lends it to me with an acceptable interest rate. No, bear in mind that in this acceleration that we will implement in food, there is amazing elasticity. Let me give you an example. In Mali, and that's why the government failed, they dropped the price of cotton first resource from 260 to 200 francs CFA per kilo. So we went from 7,000 tons to 350,000 tons. It's an annual crop. In 6 months, we had killed the first resource of the country. Well trained in the school of war. The new regime went to 280 francs, and the production rise. So we're an empty continent. It's an empty continent. population density is only 40, you know. So we have huge agricultural land. So public support should be assigned to those who capital, you know, which is patient, but it has to come quickly. And in it is an, you know, DTS is African invention between Cyril Ramaphosa and President Macron, who convinced the Chancellor, who convinced the G20, but it was a response which had to bring up to 100 billion funds to recover from the pandemics. And now they're actually debating this. So in 2025, we'll have money to be able to respond to the problem of 2021. So if Europe wants to have a moral, it has to have hands. Now, to be more positive, the private sector is in full evolution in Africa. I'm not sure that major European corporations, some of whom pull out of Africa, help the states. In Brussels, there were very few business managers. There were only officials, very few, a couple of financial experts, but very few business managers. We need the enlightened opinion. We need the opinion to say, well, the private sector must accept to consider that we are part of the future in Europe and a very dynamic part. And Billy, stop. Oh yeah, we were all going to die from COVID. Well, I'm among the survivors. I think we can commit ourselves to be efficient in order not die of starvation and look at Africa for what it is, a very resilient continent with today in the financial world less conservatism than in the industrial world, and especially in climate finance. Everything will be played in Africa because nothing has yet started in Africa in forest, agroforestry, and a whole series of fundings which are profitable. Africa is a virgin land. So the European private sector should understand that and come to help this amazing ramping force, which is the private sector in Africa. Anne-Laure, you have the floor. Well, I would like to share with you 3 reflections around what was said early on. The title of the panel, Africa, Europe, is important and interesting. Not so long ago, a lot of people said France, Africa, never asked themselves the question. But now, this new order, Africa, Europe, and there is no question mark, it is something important, and we have to understand collectively as the movement that took place in the last few months and years, so that it should be what we considered as natural. Of course, a lot of summits took place, a lot of progress were made, but let me remind you that during the last summit, we talked about a 150 billion plan, Europe that would provide to Africa, but China alone put 10 times more in the last few years, not just provided, but actually invested. So I don't want to stir controversy, but remember collectively that Europe and European countries were highly committed in Africa. They took part in debt reduction initiatives. And then after that, we pulled out of it, and where investment were present, and African countries said, but please do come and invest. We said often no, because too risky, or rates which were too high and not reliable, viable. And by doing so, well, they turned to companies or Chinese loans, which could be discussed and debated, but you know, it was available money. When you need money for your development, you take money where it is, and that's normal, because we need to expand and grow. So, in Africa relationships, very much like between continents, we are dealing with long-term relations, and I agree with Serge and the commenter on and everything was said about the need to involve all players in this approach. Another thing I want to say that there are The third reflection would be around the adequacy of what is available for the time being. Let me give you an example of a country with which we are working, which faces a critical situation, about 20 million reserves, 20 million reserve in central bank. That is a couple of days ahead of them. So we are negotiating with the IMF and institution bilateral Europe, and all these are long processes, whereas we need emergency support now, not in 2 months, 3 months. And of course, the debt has to be sustainable, and of course there must be financial equilibrium, but we have to have immediate response capacity. So I want to say a lot of progress has been achieved, a lot of instruments are available, but there is even more progress to be made for immediate and rapid answers, and especially when you got crisis answers. And not only we should not hesitate, we need but when in a few months later, you know, the amounts are leveled, or as they were not financed well, possibly, but you know, but you're not necessarily free to use US SDRs. Well, you know, it's difficult for the countries to understand what we wanted to do by telling them that we give them that. So we need those instruments in emergency, and they must be provided, whatever the conditions. We need financial sophistication. This is what Mrs. Sarr was saying, talking about the various types of finance that were necessary. And we don't want to copy models known everywhere. We want to mimic models. We want to meet the real needs. And let me give you a perspective, because the IMF or institutions help Africa. But if we compare the money paid for some Latin America country, like Argentina, versus what was paid in Africa, and we look at it with versus the population, it's very unbalanced for, you know, to the detriment of African countries. So we have to be aware of the importance of the development of a continent and of its human mass to find the appropriate instruments, you know, in amounts and types of instruments.
Enfin, qui ne viennent pas de moi, auxquels je vais peut-être ajouter mon grain de sel. Alors, vous les prenez et répondront ceux qui voudront bien, ceux qui auront un avantage comparatif pour y répondre. Serge, je crois que tu parlais des banques, et Madame Sarr en parlait en disant, au-delà de pas de la mode, au-delà du microcrédit, il faudrait aussi que les femmes aient accès à des financements bancaires. C'est ce que j'ai compris aussi là-dessus son intervention. Il y a une question sur la santé des banques africaines. Qui doit capitaliser les banques du continent africain? Et comment? Pouvoir public ou privé? Si tu veux bien stocker. Je vais jusqu'au bout. Comme ça, vous allez vous partager le boulot.
Sorry. And there is a question as well, anonymous question, sorry. Africa is like a woman who has a lot of courtesan but who doesn't know her value. How can we reverse the trend so that Africa would be integrated? It would have its real power in decision-making institutions at the world level. And how could Europe help it? Yesterday, Mrs. Lagarde reminded us something which is important about the G20. Today, only one country is a member of G20, which is South Africa. When mentioned this underrepresentation of Africa, 55 countries are represented by one. Now look at the other parts of the world. The representativity is much higher, if I remember well. So, 1 for 55 countries. So when I mentioned 10 years ago this issue, they said, oh, but sir, Africa is represented by the fact that the General Director of IMF, President of the World Bank, is around the table. They represent all member states, including Africa. I said, okay, but the General Director of the IMF and President of the World Bank represent France as well, and not African countries. So France is represented 2-3 times around the table. So how can we tackle this problem of Africa and global governance? Second major question, which is asked to you by one of your participants.
So there was also a question on ecology how can we help Africa towards the path of energy transition, ecological transition? That's one thing. How about its development? There's also a more specific question. What do the panelists think about the LSF liquidity facility instrument? That's for Serge or others. That was actually proposed by Vera Sangwe. I haven't mentioned all the questions. Then there's a question on the subject we mentioned, Africa. Is also a soil of competitiveness for the Western side, but also for China. We've talked about Russia. So there's a lot of competition from all over the world on that side. Is that positive? Is that negative for our African friends? There are two other issues that we might handle. There's a lot of convergence between Madame Serra and what you said on capital, because we have also the physical capital, we have financial capital, but we also have the human capital. When we talk about capital today, and everything what Mrs. Sa said on women and the political role beyond the economy, that's also, that deals also with human capital. Well, I would like to wrap up with 2 points. We talk about Europe and Africa, Africa and Europe. How about Europe? Do you have the feeling that the 27, I'm not talking about the others, that the 27 member states of the European Union are convergent on how they deal with Africa? My impression is that Germany has made an important step towards us. As for France, obviously, it's at the forefront for historical reasons. We don't need to remind you of them, because it was an important colonial power. Now it's out with the Brexit. How about, what is your feeling about? Do you feel that there's more intra-European convergence? And then I'm turning towards our African friend. We talk about 55 countries in Africa. We have Western Africa, Central Africa, Eastern Africa. And we talk about sub-regions. Serge, Lionel, Anne-Laure, Madame Moussa. Do you feel that there's a convergence beyond the regional approach in Africa nowadays? Do we have 55 countries that agree on the way they have to deal with us Europeans? That's the questions that I ask. You can answer whatever you want. We'll start with Mrs. Sarr, who's online. And you actually pick up whatever you wish. Thank you. Thank you for these questions. My opinion is the following. The continent has understood that to be able to have a win-win situation with Europe, we need to start by having a strong relationship between the two of us. The free trade agreement will be a good opportunity for the African countries to have more solidarity, to engage in trade between each other, and to position themselves versus Europe and the rest of the world. I would like to talk about world governance as well, because world governance is a subject that is always mentioned by the president. He also talks about safety and in other forums, well, where African voices are not well represented, as you said. You mentioned the G20, but beyond this lack of representativity in world governance, we would like to have more ladies as well, more women. And I think that it is very important to have quotas. I come from Senegal. We've had parity, gender equality since 2012 for the parliament and also for local authorities. There's also momentum around female entrepreneurship. There's an emergence that we dream of, and we know that emergence will be embodied by a woman. And the World Bank is helping initiatives such as the Abad one to have SMEs, and maybe with also public policies. I'm stating, for instance, Kenya as an example. Kenya gives 30% of its public bids to ladies, to young people, and also people with disabilities. We also have countries in Africa that have affirmative procurement systems, like Togo. Senegal has an embryo of that. So we think that to move the lines, we need to have a strong political will to make sure that we implement a policy that would speed up the process. And everything that I've heard today confirms that we should speed up our process if we want to achieve our goals, if we want to have a growth rate that would be above 10%. We are convinced that as ladies, the emergence would be in the shape of a woman. Well, thank you very much. Thank you, Serge. You have some credit in terms of floor time. Thank you. The international financial system is actually all about two things for Africa. The international financial system is actually all about giving money. We say you're not eligible to market, to the mature market, so we will give you money. We see that it doesn't work because this will actually close up those that benefit from this gift to have their head above water, nothing else. Second thing from the international financial system is to grant credits, to grant loans. But once again, the nature of these loans does not enable to fund investments that we need, and I'm going to talk about it later, in the conditions of rates and maturity that we need. There are 5 sectors that are key sectors. And it's quite straightforward, actually. Infrastructures. How can we move from city A to city B? How can we communicate from place A to place B? We're talking about roads, airports. Second thing, energy. And obviously, renewable energies. Of course, it has a cost. It should have a cost that should be compatible with the development of our countries. Third point, agriculture. 60% of farmland in the world, I'm talking worldwide, as Lionel was saying, are in Africa. Everything can grow in Africa. When we talk about strawberries in Burkina or soya in Benin, for instance. They're wonderful. And then tourism, real estate, and social dwellings, but also human capital, everything that is related to health and education. These are the 5 important subjects. And we have actually a leitmotif that is that of social responsibility and also environmental responsibility. That's actually the framework, that the positive circle that we should have. Today, the subject at hand is that of capital. That's the responsibility. Who actually will pay for the first liabilities, for the first losses? There's a bit of insurance, of course, but we should make everyone responsible and give them the capacity to rely upon solid equities. And I'm talking in front of previous managers like Olivier. When we look at history, 2008, the 2008 crisis, it was all about 2 elements. First, it was the necessary recapitalization of banks. That was what is important. The subject matter was actually the SDRs. So it's repeating itself once again. We talk about the problem and then the remedy. And we have to see where we can solve the problem, where decisions were made in G20 and G7. So indeed, Christian, I agree with you on the idea upon which Africa should participate, should attend the G20, But it should be G20 plus one, because everybody would ask, who's the plus one? The important decisions are made there, at this forum. And there's also this quote from Richelieu that I find is more, we shouldn't fear uncertainty, we should just anticipate it. Shocks happen, they occur. In 2008, 2009, the crisis in Argentina, for instance. I'm very afraid of our Lebanese friend, the subprime crisis as well. So the idea is not whether we're going to have other shocks, but we need to have tools. We need to know which tools we can have to anticipate that, to have a plan. Thank you. We're being told that it is over, but I think we should take 2 minutes to wrap up. Anne-Laure, go ahead. Just a comment. I totally agree with what was just said on the permanence of capital and the necessity of investments, but also the matter of costs of funding. This was said by the works that were made on investment by a rating Pan-African company. All the studies that were made showed that there is a negative bias as to Africa, and we can see it with the rating from the OECD, and they're all unfavorable when it comes to Africa. So, as a wrap-up, we should change our prism, our perception of risk, because Serge is right. Of course, there will be debt restructuring, but that's part and parcel of the life of countries, and we should anticipate that. We should apprehend that. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't invest and build a risk appreciation that's up to par with the potential of the continent. Thank you. I would like to wrap up on a positive note, if you allow me. The question is not to know if there should be a new dynamism thanks to the Europeans. Actually, Africa is reaching out once again, is giving an invitation to Europe, and we should not lose the opportunity to be indispensable for Africa, because as it was said earlier, there's a bit of competition. China shouldn't hide the forest. We're working more and more with South Korea. When we look for wide public electronic equipment, and you can see that there'll be a lot of Korean equipment. We work more and more with Vietnam, but also we work more and more with Turkey, and we work more and more with Brazil. And all this momentum has woken up the presence of Europe. It's not a new dynamics, it's a new invitation. 60 years or so after the independence, we invite the Europeans to participate to the acceleration of the African development, and it's endogenous. What is not said out of discretion is that he's doubling the capital, Serge, with a lot of support from Europe, actually. So that means that it was heard from Europe, and that's with the development bank, but also it's heard by the Arabic world. And the Africans themselves, you cannot imagine how much Africa has become indigenous. We govern ourselves collectively, and I think the COVID response was made collectively in Africa. The debt, the bilateral debt governance were done also among the 55 countries of the of the African Union. But there was something that struck me. We talked about the fact that Africa was like a woman with a lot of courtesans around. It's better to have a lot of courtesans, isn't it? Then let's go back to the past and being raped. We have courtesans. We do not have rapists. And we are inviting, whatever the nature of our past love relationship, whatever the history was, it was the past. It is the past. And now we are inviting Europe. I'm not saying that it's the last chance for Europe, but I'm saying, you know, Africa is starting to govern itself on its own. And amidst the European countries who love working with us and who progress more than the large powers, we have Poland, we have Spain, we have Romania. So actually, the whole Europe is invited by all Africa. Thank you very much. We are going to give the floor now to the rest, to the next session. Thank you.
Bien, bonjour.
Afternoon. Very happy to welcome you for this session where we're going to analyze the evolution of relationship between the US and China, the position of Europe in this context, and then we'll talk about France, quick word about France, what are the evolution of the strategic policy in this, within this context. So I will do a short introduction before giving the floor to each one. So For about 20 years now, following the entry of admission of China into the World Trade Organization, WTO, while there is a competition for world leadership between China and the US, even more so that since the arrival of President Xi Jinping, he said publicly that his dream was to make China the first power of the world before 2049. I follow closely the evolution of Chinese policy, and when he said that, he said 2049, and I heard 2030, because I think President Xi Jinping would like China to be the first power of the world under his leadership. So competition is accelerating. You know, this is topic that is studied by the US geostrategists, difference of organization of geostrategy in the US versus Europe, about 5,000 geostrategists in the US, but work in a public or academic think tanks, and all their production is actually public. So the competition between China and the US is now the obsession of those people who go from the institution to the think tank and vice versa. Of course, there was the publication in 2017 of a work from the Harvard University on this conflict for the global domination, which is a conventional conflict ever since the Athens and Sparta 25 centuries ago. But in this work done by Harvard University, they analyzed the conflict for global domination out of the in the last 5 centuries. And in the last 5 centuries, there were 16 episodes of conflict for global domination between a rising power and a declining power, which resist the rising power. And for all those who follow the work, there has been 12 wars out of the 16. And in the 4 cases when there was no war, it's because one of the 2 candidates to the global supremacy, kneeled down to the other. So in this 17th conflict for global domination, can we have, could there be severe evolution associated with the link to the Taiwan issue? Taiwan, let's be aware of, it's not just the 20 million Taiwanese who are at stake here. It is, as you know, more than half of the production of the most modern microprocessors is made in TSMC in Taiwan, and that most of the global foundry for microprocessors is done between Taiwan and Southern Korea, which means South Korea that should there be a direct military conflict between China and the US, this would have a huge impact on the microprocessor supply, together with small disturbances versus major event of such a scope. Often it is difficult to get supplied in microprocessors. Now just imagine what would happen in such a case. So what does Europe do? Do we have a commissioner, Mr. Breton, who tries to do his best, but with a limited budget, but we don't see any major European strategics. So we know Europe reacts, invests in the foundry of microprocessors. So do they anticipate a possible conflict and the fact that we will no longer have access to the Taiwan microprocessors? Those are the questions we're going to address. And we're fortunate enough to have a very high-level panel. There will be a presentation from Bruno Bézard, who was a treasury director, and who is now a long-term investor in businesses, who is very present in China. Nina Dos Santos, who from CNN, who covers all the major political discussions at the European level, international level. Who will talk about what is going on in the US. Trump had set import duties, so they want to know if they will come back or correct this. They will. We are also fortunate to have with us Philippe Etienne, who is the current French ambassador to the US. Has a sound international experience. He was an advisor for Europe for the President of the Republic, and who will talk about the way Europe positions itself in front of this China-America duopoly. So whether you're 30-year-old or 60-year-old, you or your kids, the next 30 years will be, dominated by the evolution of the duopoly and the way this duopoly is structuring itself. So we'll have with us Jason Furman, who is who will help us question the fact to see if China or the US know exactly what they're doing. Not very reassuring per se, but we'll see how he feels about it. And then, of course, Saori Katada, who will help us to analyze how the other Asian countries react to the evolution of this duopoly, especially Japan. Our Asian countries take stand, in view of this geostrategic conflict or kind of struggle. And as a conclusion to the first presentations, Jean-Pierre Raffarin will mention the European position at the geostrategic level, as well as the margin of maneuver of France in this context. So we have a rather rich, wealthy, interesting, exciting roundtable. And let's start with no further ado with Bruno Bézard. So you were the Treasury Director, you're an investor in China. When we followed the news, we saw that one of the best Chinese success with Jack Ma, or translated a year ago by a challenging of its position and that of Alibaba. We also questioning ourselves about the evolution of Chinese economy, the evolution of the way China fits within world trade, and its role in the global in the world industry. Can you give us a kind of an analysis of the situation of the productive domain, Chinese productive domain in this context of potential conflict? Thank you for this question. I'm not a diplomat. Diplomat is Philip. I'll talk about what I see in China, in the economic world, and not even macroeconomy, it's micro economy, because the Cathay Group invests in France, in the US, and in China. What's been happening for the last few months is somewhat disturbing. Things have slowed down in China. The sanitary policy has failed, and of course uncertainties, because they exist in an authoritarian regime associated with political deadlines of October with the Chinese Congress. The combination of the two phenomena is such that it is a bit of a mess, which is not usual in China, which, for good or bad reasons, is a highly organized country. To such a point, to such an extent that economy does not function as it used to a couple of months ago, to such an extent that strange new phenomena, I hear more and more Chinese people express views such as criticizing the government, which is not something highly promoted in China. So things do happen, unusual things are happening in China, with a loss of trust vis-à-vis for lack of trust from of China in China from the expats of major international groups, and a loss of strong confidence and a bit of a floating period. Having said that, do we have to draw conclusions, as I read it sometimes in the medium-term conclusion, such as China is pulling backward? We abandoned Deng Xiaoping for Mao. And, let's all left, etatism and of private sector. We strangled Jacques Morin and all his little friends. And welcome to slogans that remind us the Cultural Revolution, for those of you who are old enough to remember something and reminding you of bad memories. I don't believe so. Honestly, I do believe, because I live there, a lot of time, I spend time with Chinese entrepreneurs. I think China will remain a very powerful economic driver in China, there's a new generation of entrepreneurs who are hungry. They are driven. They have enough. Indeed, there are some measures against the BATX, but what are the measures? Well, let's look at them in details. For example, to impose a right of competition in China. In China, it did not exist. You know, you could crush any competitor, as Alibaba did, the producers and those who sold product. The competition right, which has been, or legislation, which has been, we look at the text in China, is very close to that of Europe. So that's the first form of regulation nobody expected. Second regulation that's just been implemented in China may seem surprising for such a police control China. The beginning of protection of private data. Okay, protection against all the enemies except the state, of course. As you know, the state protects the citizens. So the state doesn't have to. So beyond the joke, okay, things are moving. And third topic, for those who know finance, and there may be bankers in the room, we said, we Westerners, and I was attended several G20, we have to fight against shadow finance. What is shadow finance? Well, we allow massive banking activities grow without following the prudential regulations. So if China has reported the I mean, in China, this was quite discussed, you know, the FUMI, the Ant, which is the gigantic financial subsidiary of Alibaba. It's not to annoy Mr. Jack Ma. It was just because it was a financial plant which respected no rules. So the rule against shadow finance that we asked for, you know, we asked China to do it, and thousands of hours of discussion on this is about to be implemented. So these reforms go in the right direction, and there are, well, sometimes there are, you know, some rest of a brutal Chinese method, like prohibit the development of a company once it has been is gone public in the stock exchange, or, you know, or to stop a private education systems, for example. So there still are things to learn. But I don't think that what we read in the press, which is the clamp down on private sector, for example, that is we challenge the private sector to the benefit of the public companies, Jurassic Park style. Of course, the language is changing. Language is changing. We're in a period where the authority of the party is reasserted in a very strong manner. But this is the very definition of China today, a very strong party which dominates, but with a private initiative which is quite high. So I think this is what will take place in the coming years. It will continue. Honestly, no matter that the growth figure is 550 or 5495, don't look at the decimal because the main figure is wrong anyway, is false. The basis is so huge. As a Chinese Minister of Finance reminded me, I said 6.5 is not like 5. He said, yes, you're right. But anyway, he says the base is such that in 3 years, anyway, we will create the added value of Portugal in 3 years, of Greece in 3 years, and possibly France in 4.5 years. So I think this economic machine is mighty powerful, and so China is no longer the workshop of the world, where production costs would be very low. Industrialists know that production costs in China are high. They integrate the ecological dimension. Our production costs are higher, and China has to improve its, scale up its range, creativity of design of Chinese brands which are created, which are totally unexpected. And let me complete just by saying that, well, we all made a mistake in the West. We all thought that the market economy would lead us to democracy. Well, it's wrong, which is a problem for us now because of our expectations.
I have a question, a tiny question. When the Communist Party, when Xi Jinping personally, as we read, blocks the entrance to the Hong Kong Stock Exchange. He criticized the regulators a few weeks before, and that can have an effect on decisions. Well, in China, it's always good to have something useful and pleasant at the same time. So there are the technical reasons that I've just explained. Jack Ma was not very respectful of the public powers, and so he mixed business with pleasure in terms of timing. But I think that the main reason is systemic. And in just a second, yes or no, you talked about the introduction of a protectionist law for personal data. So with the MAC event, do we have a law that's being developed? Yes, that's very interesting. When I was in China between 2010 and 2012 with Ambassador Berman, and I say hello to him. So there was the question of intellectual property. We were going to be working on the argument that making copies was not a good thing, that there was no. But we were told that there was no purpose doing that. The only day when China will respect intellectual property, it's when it's interesting for China to do so. And now there are intellectual property lessons. In Cathay Capital, we have a trial. There are legal proceedings underway against a copycat. So, and most of the trials are with Chinese groups. So they're not moving closer to a democracy, but they are copying our market economy. Yes, if it interests them. Thank you very much. Nina dos Santos, you're an international journalist, and notably you're following what's happened in the United States. So we remember that President Trump in 2018 imposed customs duties on imports from China. If I'm right, it started with steel and aluminium, but affected everybody, Europe and Canada and Mexico. And then customs duties were added for up to $350 million of imports. So that was 80% of imports from China. So these were maintained by Biden. And then there was a discussion with the inflation in the United States whether the customs duties shouldn't be reduced in order to reduce inflation in the United States. And there are two camps, two parties that oppose each other on this question. So there's the geostrategic conflict in the United States that has to be taken into account here. And as you said, and we have two people from the United States who will be speaking. Yes, thank you. If I can just explain what I want to say in my mother tongue, and then that will balance the panel.
I think just going back before those tariffs, it's important to recognize that since about the 26th of May of this year, we now have a clearer idea of what exactly the US Biden administration's policy towards China is, and it hinges itself, according to Antony Blinken's speech on the 26th of May, on three sort of pillars. One of them is to invest in key industries that obviously the United States sees huge competition from China in. I'm thinking notably the semiconductor market that you mentioned in your introduction. Then, of course, there's a policy of aligning United States, US-led Western values to defend that order with its partners, and then competition that is acknowledged by the United States in certain key areas. Now, what's missing, obviously, from that statement is something we haven't heard from in many years, which is obviously the subject of collaboration. Now, I suppose what we also heard from Blinken's speech back then was for anybody who thought that there would be a big economic departure from the era of Trump policies, particularly with regard to the trade war vis-à-vis China, they could be sorely mistaken. What we might see is more of an evolution towards a more professional and predictable form of, obviously perhaps not imposing more tariffs, but if they are reduced, it would be done in a more sort of professional and well-signaled fashion. This week, we saw talks, obviously, with Janet Yellen and her Chinese counterpart. A lot of signaling before that. The US Treasury Secretary has made it very clear that she would like these tariffs to be reduced to ease the inflation burden for US citizens. And then obviously there's members of the US administration, notably the Commerce Secretary, who still believes that these tariffs keep leverage on China. There's various issues at play, though, in the future, aren't they? Because we're about to come into the political recess time in August. The midterms are coming towards the end of the year. So I believe that this subject of tariffs is going to continue to be one that is going to be hotly debated over the next few months. Indeed, Mr. Ambassador might have a clearer idea of exactly where Washington is going on whether or not some of those tariffs will be lifted. What does it mean for Europe? Well, at least Europe at this point doesn't have to deal with its own tariffs being imposed at the same time. So it is able to put on a joint front against China with the United States and align its economic policy to a certain extent. Moving away from the subject of tariffs, though, I would say that it's obvious, isn't it, that we are in a more duopolistic world caught between the United States and the rise of China, and Europe itself finds itself in a position, particularly in the EU, in a situation where it's acknowledged that it doesn't necessarily have to, each country can't take the same position, but it has to align itself perhaps more with the United States. We'll probably see more of that towards the rest of the year. But when you mentioned the trap that you were talking about with regards to, for instance, one superpower being challenged by another, and how history has fared out in that famous Harvard study, I would note that Europe, of course, can play an important role in being a third party to engineering a certain détente, if you like, on the subject of Taiwan. And when it comes to semiconductors in particular, obviously the Biden administration has put a bill on the table to help support this industry, but that again, just as I was saying, like tariffs, has been sort of kicked into the long grass, and there's concerns that if it doesn't pass by the end of August, then it may not pass at all, because obviously the midterms will come up in November, and then we've got a third term of Xi Jinping to contend with. So those are my thoughts on the subject.
Will you cover the Congress in November?
I'm not
Not
sure.
directly?
I don't know. I've been busy with Boris Johnson's government collapse this week, which is equally unpredictable.
Yeah.
But in 2024, the other thing to add as well is we might be back to square one again, because we may have another Trump administration who may go back to similar politics on China that Europe will have to contend with again.
If you cover what's going on in London, you will remember that Johnson, when he said the UK would leave the European Union, he said his model was to be the Hong Kong of Europe. So it's a link with a
No
subject. What's
I
the view?
don't comment as a British citizen.
What's the view now in England on this duopoly, US-China, and how the UK with the AUKUS organization should insert itself in world politics?
Well, I mean, obviously with AUKUS it has, the United Kingdom, and that whole deal has left a big footprint here in France and French politics and French defense policy. It's impossible to predict what's going to happen now, because come Monday we may have a new Conservative leader with various different policies. Some of the people who put their hats into the ring have large military experience and aren't necessarily as hostile towards the EU as Boris Johnson was when he became a big proponent of Brexit and energized that policy. So it's impossible to predict, but generally speaking, among some of the candidates who could replace Boris Johnson, they have a strong background in defense. They are China hawks, at least 2 or 3 of them. So it may be that we see a more robust foreign policy from the UK after Johnson in the next chunk of the Conservative government.
Okay, thank you. Philippe Etienne,
Philippe Etienne, you were not listening for a few minutes. You were one of the diplomats with the biggest, most brilliant careers. You were a counselor to the president of France. You have an important position at the moment. You're an ambassador of France in Washington. So my first question, keeping in mind the experience that you've acquired at European level, how do you see the geostrategic position of Europe in the coming years faced with this duopoly between China and the United States. Thank you very much. I'm going to speak from my experience in Brussels 13 years ago, because that allows me to see the difference. It's true that the position of Europeans, generally speaking, the European Union as players, geopolitical players, it's complicated. And if you read the message of Tony Blinken in May on the Chinese policy of the administration, which really perfectly sums up the situation, at least the doctrine of the administration. It's what you said. You know, it tells us how the United States counts on Europe, along with other Asian allies, in order to, strengthen their leverage over China, while at the same time saying that it's not an alignment. But no, that's what we understand, isn't it? So it's true that the European Union shares many objectives with the United States. So the European Union, since 2018, just like the United States, has a whole range of principles with respect to China. It's not just a power with which you cooperate, but it's also a competitor, and the European Union has changed in what it says. What does that mean today? So we've got the war in Ukraine at the same time, and that reinforces geostrategic pressures on Europe. What does that really mean concretely? So faced with this situation that is obviously difficult, is there any room for maneuver? What's happening in reality? What is moving? Is Europe seen as a geostrategic player? So let me take my experience of Brussels. I remember the debates that we had. Now, I don't want to go back in time, but I need to go back in time. I need to go back to the last century and the 80s, which was the start of my period in Brussels. But even, during the financial crisis in the Eurozone. So there are some clear developments. I'm going to make 3 observations. The first observation concerns industrial policy. So that will allow me to talk about semiconductors. The European Union equipped itself with instruments, including financial instruments, in order to support the development of European industry in the semiconductor field when the US were debating about their own law in Congress. But of course, it's also important to be consistent when you have these European policies, and the competition policies were considered by industrialists as obstacles. But for the first time, it was admitted that innovative industrial projects could be carried out in European countries in compliance with European law, even if the normal competition laws would not have allowed this. So it's a theoretical movement that was translated into law, but also a movement with a budget, with financing. The second factor concerns the legal framework. We know that the European Union is a normative power. We can see this in the digital technology field, but this was not the case from a trade point of view, and this is why my memories are very specific. I remember discussions between the French representative asking the Commission why the European Union did not have a competition instrument when, not an anti-dumping instrument, but when there were subsidies in a competitor's country with respect to industrial products. So Europe had no instrument, unlike the United States. So let's talk about the toolbox. I don't want to forget about anything. Let me look at my papers. So under French presidency, we adopted a reciprocity policy for the European market. We'd been talking about it for 10 years. Now it's been adopted. Our German friends and others have agreed to the compromise. So it's a legal instrument with respect to reciprocity, with respect to access to the public market. So we're going to be having this instrument for foreign subsidies, which kind of falsify the domestic market. And then there's going to be another instrument to fight against coercive measures in third countries. And we can understand what that means. So there has been a lot of trade policy developments Some might be ideological, some will say that they are naive. We've got this toolbox, therefore, that's based on an agenda focusing on reciprocity and sovereignty. The European Union must have the means of making its choices. It has to have reciprocity with respect to all of its partners, and that's so that it can take measures similar to those being taken against its own interests. So the European Union has been called on by the United States to converge. It's not as illusory under Biden as under Trump, because we've solved our disputes with respect to steel and aluminium and industrial and aviation subsidies, at least provisionally. That problem has been solved. And we've created the Council for Trade and Technology, which allows us to compare our policies, and notably with respect to a major subject where the European Union is at risk between the United States and China. It's at risk of losing its autonomy, but there's also an economic risk with respect to value chains. So that means we've got to agree with the United States. So at the end of the day, for me, the role of the European Union, what can give it influence on the world scene, is in another area. There was the panel on public common goods. The European Union is the guarantor, the model of efficient multilateralism that can and must be built. And the United States, just like China, at least the United States under Biden, not under Trump, they say they agree with that. The European Union has much more than, it's not just an opportunity, it's about DNA. It's about, it's the way for the European Union to find, to be able to influence, to exercise influence, including in the World Health Organization, so to have efficient multilateralism based on the management of world common goods.
If I'm not mistaken, you are a math teacher. Do we do enough for microprocessors in Europe? Well, certainly not enough, no. But the budgets will expand in the future. Since I am mathematics expert, and I'm glad that we got a Fields Medal. I think the main debate, the main challenge for Europe is to align the technological and scientific capabilities and to go to an endogenous development of such technologies, which we have not been able to do so far. This applies to all industrial sites and especially on artificial intelligence. Thank you very much. Jason Furman, can you hear me? Good. So
the question you raised when we prepared this session was, do the United States and China know their real objectives in this competition for world leadership? So I leave you to answer this question.
Well, the brief answer is no. When I was working as an economic advisor to President Obama, I felt that there were some days when we were trying to decouple from China. We didn't use exactly that word then. And other days when we were pursuing an economic policy that involved much greater engagement with China. You saw the same thing under President Trump. You see the same thing under President Biden. So just to give some examples, is the complaint that the United States has with China that the investment climate in China is too difficult for American companies? They're punished in terms of intellectual property theft or antitrust rules or other regulations. Addressing those issues would make it easier for American companies to invest in China, would make it more likely for them to locate there. Is the complaint, as it was under the Trump administration, that China isn't buying enough stuff from America? We want, the phase one agreement that the Trump administration struck, in some sense, was about deepening the linkage between the US and Chinese economies by insisting that China buy and increase the amount it buys from the United States. At the same time, though, you have a strong desire to decouple from China. You see it in export controls. You see it in the fact that President Trump put on a set of tariffs that President Biden was against when he put them on, but still has not been capable of taking them off, even though he never wanted them there in the first place. You see it in just the general reduction in discussions or the deepening of any form of economic ties with China. I think at the root of this is a confusion over whether the goal of policy is a more prosperous China or a less prosperous China. If you look, many things on the American wish list in terms of better intellectual property protections, a less of a state role in the economy, and the like, would actually, I think, be in line with what the Chinese reformers want and be consistent with a more prosperous Chinese economy. Other things, though, tariffs, decoupling, and the like, are essentially like saying we're willing to pay a price because we'd like China to pay a price and we want to slow their growth. Now, I've dwelled on what I think is an unresolved tension in American policy vis-a-vis China. You see something very similar in Chinese policy vis-a-vis not just the United States, but the world as a whole. President Xi has declared his intentions to have more domestically oriented growth, to be less reliant on the global economy. In some sense, that's an absolute necessity for China. So much of its growth was external that it's literally unsustainable. The global economy wouldn't be big enough to sustain the magnitude of external growth that China had relied on over the, from say 2000 to 2010 or 15. So he wants less reliance on the rest of the world, more self-reliance, more domestic consumption, more domestic investment, but at the same time pursues initiatives like Belt Road, like the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, and a set of conversations, including with the United States, that are aimed in some respects at deepening the economic relationship. So whether he's trying to create a more autonomous China or do a better job of projecting China around the world, I think some of that comes up in Belt and Road, where is the goal of Belt and Road to make money, maybe at the expense of foreign policy aims, by annoying the countries that China is doing business with? Or is it that it's willing to pay some short-run economic cost for a longer-run strategic gain? Even that question is not resolved. Going forward, at least in the United States, inertia has been stronger than either one of these two poles of decoupling or greater engagement with China. It just hasn't been nearly the top-tier issue in the last, under President Biden, that it was under President Trump. It's essentially on, relatively on the autopilot that it was on before then. And I think ultimately, though, the United States resolving this question, China resolving this question is going to be important, and I'll lay my cards on the table. I think decoupling is exceedingly costly, exceedingly inefficient. I don't think the United States could even necessarily do it because Europe could come in and fill the vacuum. So I think inevitably you have to figure out how to make the economic relationship work, make it work on a predictable, rules-based way, and not suffer from the delusion that decoupling is a particularly feasible route forward.
But Jason, I forgot to say that you're a professor at Harvard University, but decoupling is actually happening, especially in digital industries. The Chinese are trying to develop their own digital systems So the decoupling is going on, no?
Oh, you're going to see some industries where, of course, where China develops its own capabilities, and other industries where it doesn't. If you look at China's reliance on the rest of the world, it really has decreased quite a lot over time. If you look at the Chinese trade share in its economy, over the last 15 years, it's declined by something that's larger than the entire US trade share in its economy. But the tech industry is another place for China where I'm not sure what their goals are, whether their goal is economic growth by developing their own industry, or political control. And you see them taking a lot of steps to undermine their own digital industry, not to the benefit of the United States, but in sort of a negative sum manner.
Okay. Thank you. So now we'll turn to Saori Katada, who is a professor at the University of Southern California. And as I said in the introduction, Saori, the point is how other countries in Asia, especially Japan, but the Philippines, Indonesia, how do they react to this competition between United States and China for world leadership?
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
It's a privilege to be here as a member of this distinguished panel, and I really would love to have been there, but I'm here greeting from Los Angeles. So when it comes to leadership competition, it is important to think about the leadership is defined by followership. So it is critical to think about countries, especially in the region, East Asian nations, how they react to this U.S.-China competition. For that, the region is in a very difficult position where they really value both the United States and China as important partners, which feel the important need for the stability and prosperity for the region. At the same time, they worry. Obviously, Jason just talked about the fact that U.S. foreign policy towards the region is not only fickle, but many ways inconsistent. And this is largely influenced by its domestic politics and domestic demands. On the other hand, China's overwhelming power is worrisome because they were occasionally used for aggressive behavior to the neighbors. So in some ways, this kind of tension is that heavier the regional dominance of China, the stronger the East Asian nations would like to have the U.S. kind of being engaged in the region. All in all, kind of being forced or being kind of pressured to choose between them is a really difficult kind of environment for East Asia to maneuver. So in that context, I'd like to talk mostly about Japan in the context of the role Japan has taken in the recent past and talking about what's going on currently. So as one of the largest economies in the region, Japan has worked quite hard to keep the liberal economic order of the region, protecting TPP, or now it's called CPTPP, Comprehensive Progressive Agreement of Trans-Pacific Partnership, and high standard when it comes to the infrastructure investment in the region. So this is kind of continues to be Japan's important role to play as a major regional player. And especially, again, with the kind of U.S. involvement being uncertain. Currently, CPP has already came into effect with 11 members, again, without United States or China, while RCEP, Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership, has come into effect just this year, in January, with the 15 members of this Western Pacific region. Unfortunately, India didn't join at the very end, but this is really a comprehensive kind of coverage of the supply chain of the region, so this is quite important. But I have to say, when it comes to the high standard rules, which is necessary for the 21st century economies, RCEP falls short due to the fact that the diversity of the members. So again, the competition kind of still exists when it comes to how the region shapes its economic institutional order, and Japan's role continues to be important, where Japan is an intermediary it's a gatekeeper in some ways, and it's a conduit for this type of high standard rules. Now what's happening is quite exciting and worrisome in some ways. Currently China, Taiwan, and various other countries, China, Taiwan, have applied to join the CPTPP. The kind of negotiations ongoing. Other countries like South Korea and Thailand, so on and so forth, have showed interest in joining. Meanwhile, the United States have announced this Indo-Pacific Economic Framework with possibly 14 members going forward, with 4 pillars of connected, resilient, and clean and fair economy in the region. Well, obviously, the criticism is abundant about this IPEF, where there's no market access provisions for the United States to open its market. But at the same time, one would say that it actually showed the commitment on the part of U.S. and worry that U.S. has about the credibility it has in the eyes of these followers in the East Asian region. And another thing that is, I think it's a kind of a negotiation with many East Asian nations, that U.S. is showing the willingness to listen. I guess Biden administration, I have to say, is showing the willingness to listen. So the negotiation will kind of move forward with these members, and we will see what will happen. But I just know, suffice it to say that regional competition in terms of defining order is important. Regional order is important. This is where the Europe comes in. Japan is a key kind of a connector between the Indo-Pacific and Europe. Japan has a free trade agreement, or it's called economic partnership agreement, with the UK as well as the European Union. And I'm very happy to see a lot of interest coming from Europe on the open and free Indo-Pacific. Europe is now kind of getting engaged, and hopefully this will be a way for maintaining this, kind of protecting this rule-based order in this region and in the world, as well as enforcing many of these rules for the economies around the world. So there is kind of speculation that Europe might be interested in joining, at least negotiating kind of a part of the CPTPP, or other ways of engaging in infrastructure development, the digital economy, and so on and so forth.
Saori,
So finally, I would like to conclude with one note. Actually, this is a sad note of talking about the passing of the Prime Minister Abe, well, former Prime Minister Abe in Japan a few days ago. Japan has had a lot of challenges in the past, in current environment, but public safety was not one of them. And it is really sad and shocking to see that's been proven wrong, and there is no kind of a safe space for that kind of environment. Regardless of any political leaning or beliefs, this type of senseless violence has to be and should continue to be universally condemned. So I would like to stop here.
Thank you very much. I just say that we have been shocked here in Europe also by the assassination of the former Prime Minister, since we also consider Japan as a country of stability. Dans le contexte général qu'on vient d'évoquer, il y a une dimension.
In the general context that we've talked about, there is a dimension that we haven't treated, the military strategic aspect. What is Europe doing faced with a conflict between China and the United States, a conflict that might become more violent? Jean-Pierre Raffarin, everybody knows that he was Prime Minister for over 3 years, and that he had supreme responsibilities on this subject. So, yes, hello, everybody. I'm sorry, I'm wearing a tie. I'm the only one. Well, not quite the only one. I saw that all of the service people had a tie, so I'm wearing a tie just like our waiters. So I come from, the lower levels of the population. So what we're seeing in the United States and China, is it just one relationship, or it is the relationship that structures all of them? That seems to be the question for me. And I'm not as optimistic as what you've heard up until now, because I believe that it's the structured relationship, and for which there are tensions in the world, because as we heard earlier on, for the decades ahead of us, we're going to have this domination, this world governance dominated by China and the United States. So from a military point of view, we'll see what this means. Well, with this tension at a given point in time, as we heard from our Japanese colleague, the problem is not so much that of leadership, but of followership. In other words, it's not a problem linked to the leader, it's the problem of those who have to follow. You've got the allies and the aligned, and we're seeing that with the United States and China, both are committed to a mechanical movement where they're looking for followers. When Biden comes to us, he asks us during the G20, he goes around Europe and he's basically asking us to follow the United States against China. And China, with Russia and the BRICS, they celebrate the end of the West. Why are these two leaders trying to have followers? And our question is, can we escape that destiny, being a follower? That's the real fundamental question. That's why, from a military point of view, things are quite serious. And that's where the Ukraine crisis becomes very serious. Because in this world that is becoming a G2 world, we've got the feeling that China and the United States are governing everything. There were other powers. The war in the Ukraine is undermining that of Russia, that of Europe, and that of Africa. Little by little, all of these different poles are becoming more fragile, all of the poles that could have helped. And so, defense. The more European people are afraid, the more they are calling on help from the United States. And if you look at the map of Europe, Finland, so Finlandization. So we're seeing Poland, they're asking to be part of NATO. They're asking to be closer to the West. And the further away we are going, a few months ago, we were saying that NATO was brain dead. But we're seeing well enough today that we're not afraid of a bomb in Paris, but in Germany they're beginning to be afraid. And then what are they doing? They're asking the United States for help. And the question for us today is, can we have a big European project if the people of the east of Europe live with fear? We had 75, we had Helsinki, we had peace prospects, and today people in the east of Europe are afraid of war. They want NATO. And why are we seeing this war? Well, it's because NATO is close to Russia. We're in a cycle. Today we are followers, and the thing is getting away with itself. So how? Now, I've noted the messages of hope, Ambassador, but at the same time, I don't think that globally we can have an ambitious European perspective if European countries prefer American defense to that of Europe. So we're seeing quite well that this military question, taking into account the Chinese power and this race, you know, the American budget is 1/3 of the world budget. The Chinese budget is 1/3 of the American budget, and we see that with Russia, India is making considerable efforts. And if we don't have Europe, you know, we're moving out of history. If there's no Europe, think about this military pressure. It's terrible. So what are the prospects if we want to keep hold of our positive attitude? So what about the Franco-German relationship? That is a real strength. One of the best subjects that I saw in foreign politics as seen by Macron was that we had to have bilateral meetings between France and China. He received the president in his office with Merkel and Juncker. So it's about France and Germany. So in our power struggle, we need this. We need this relationship. This doesn't mean to say that we throw away the others. It's very good that we help Ukraine, that we help Italy, but we do need to have a common position when it comes to China. And one of the areas where we're making headway is this German position, this French position, that are moving closer when it comes to China. So you've got the systemic rival on one hand and the industrial partner on the other. And we're in this situation where we can move forward with the Germans and this power story. Yes, I've got a train to catch, sorry. So non-verbal communication is better than verbal communication. Anyway, the second subject that is very important, there's a second subject where we can find strength in Europe, and it concerns the climate. And from my point of view, it's what I refer to as planetization. People are afraid of globalization. The new form of globalization is planetization. What is planetization? It's the taking into account of the defense of humanity. That humanization of globalization is something that is possible with the young people from across the world who today are supporting the planet in order to save humanity. So whether they're in Shanghai, Bangalore, San Francisco, they all support humanity. They all manage to support that cause. Civil society could move towards a worldwide consensus. We can't have any consistency if we don't have any processes. And this kind of process is good for Europe. If Europe could be a model with this Franco-German relationship. And there's a last point that seems to me to be very important today, and that is what's going to happen in China. I agree with Bruno Bézin, what he said earlier on. But there is something happening. At the end of the day, Xi Jinping has behaved as a Western leader more than an Asian leader, with Chen Xiaoping, moving forward silently. The good Chinese general is the one who wins the war without having to wage it. He wins because the adversary is afraid of attacking him. What mistake can be made? Well, the Xi Jinping frightened Europe. The Silk Route mobilization, the West was afraid. Trump triggered a battle, a trade battle, and then there was the Olympic Games. Many young Chinese people, they say, well, it's not just that. We want to move forward. We want to go across the river without making any noise. We want to move forward. And that's what they want to do. We mustn't doubt that. But they want to move forward without a war. Now, Xi Jinping has shown a certain determination, and that has frightened the West. And that's a mistake to make the enemy frightened. So there are a certain number of factors that need to lead us to a logic based on a power struggle. So we're seeing powers returning. Look at all the authoritarian regimes. Democracy has to face this. To do this, it needs to make progress. You can't reunite without thinking about that. Democracies need higher performance. We've got the yellow vests, we've got the Capitol that gives us an example of inefficacy in the world. So we need to find the right strength in order to resist and not be closed in this battle that follows the United States, the world following China. If we want to have something consistent, it's time to move forward with Europe. It's time to make the Franco-German relationship strong and help us when it comes to subjects where we are the most credible in the world. We've got a great treasure in our heart. Unlike many others, we have got over the horror. We've got over war. We wanted peace, and neither the Chinese nor the Americans managed to get over that. And that's what we have. That's our inner force. We have peace professionals. We are peace professionals. Thank you very much for that very passionate message. So we have just a couple of seconds. So I just have a question. I'll just take a question from the room. So there's a question about the carbon market. The Chinese and the Americans, are they making any headway in that field with a carbon tax? I'm not a specialist of the carbon market, but what I can say is that China takes the question of the environment very seriously after having ignored it for many years. Okay. Well, since everybody is moving, we'll stop there. So it's a planetized carbon market, but we'll keep that for another session. Thank you.
Bien, bonsoir à...
Good afternoon, everybody. It's a delight to be with you here for this last session of the day on a theme which is really, really important. We're going to be talking about tackling inequality. We have 50 minutes to talk about this, which is either too long or too short. We'll try and do what we can with the time that we have. I'm Pierre Jacquet. I'm a member of the Cercle des Économistes, and I have the honor of being the moderator of this session. With me, I have a brilliant panel. I'm going to introduce you to them by alphabetical order. You'll find their CVs on the website, so I'm not going to take up our time with that. So we've got Darren Asemoglu, who is joining us remote. He'll be on your screen. He's a professor at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology. We have Augustin de Romanet, who's the CEO of the Aéroport de Paris Group. We have Professor Branko Milanovic, who is a researcher at the Stone Center on Socio-Economic Inequality. We also have someone who's remote, Gabriela Ramos, who is under General Director for Social Sciences at UNESCO. And to my right, I have Sven Smit, who's a senior partner at McKinsey, and he is the CEO of McKinsey Global Institute. So on this theme of tackling inequalities, we are going to try to hear from our different speakers and address three main subjects: the nature of inequalities, what are they, why is this an important subject, then the impact of the cultural shocks we're suffering now, what are the consequences on inequality, and this need for the ecological transition, what's the impact of that on inequality? And also the third question, what do we do about it? Let's hear some ideas on this theme of inequality. So to get the ball rolling, I would like to make three observations. The first is, let us all wonder about the connection between growth and inequalities. We've been through some decades during which growth enabled us to swell up our living conditions, and growth seemed to be reducing inequalities. We perhaps got a bit confused between reducing absolute poverty and reducing inequalities, or between the notion of absolute poverty and that of relative poverty, which is much more in line with inequalities. So the first question, the link between growth and inequality. The second question, this belief that we have of the trickle-down theory, whereby growth would reduce inequalities, has focused on the size of the cake, on our GDP, and not really on other dimensions, which is a bit of a mistake, really. And it's not on how that cake is being divided up either. So the cake may be growing up. Even if you have a pretty small percent, you could have a bigger revenue. So there's a bit of a confusion there. And from my point of view, that has led to much more individualism, because we have been focusing on individuals and the individual's revenue and not individual in society. And I think this slant towards individualism is a result of failing to take inequality into account in public policy. So it really is time to put inequality on a par with growth. We need to protect social harmony, and I'm sure we're going to hear about that. Third point, the ecological transition, which means we need to have some major transformations. This is what was talked about, what has been talked about over the past 2 days, and it leads us to implement proactive policies to manage this transformation. And to manage it, we need social consensus. We need agreements behind these measures. And there we need to think about the impact on how things are shared out in all fields, such as energy. I'm going to hand the floor to our different speakers. I'll ask them kindly to be brief, and then we'll open the debate to the room and all of those who are connected by internet. So thank you very much for being with us and being so very active in our debate. I'm going to start by handing the floor to Darren Asemoglu.
I hope that you can hear us.
Thank you, Pierre, and it's my pleasure to be here. And I have 4 minutes to talk about modern inequality, and 4,000 pages would not have been long enough for a brief introduction. But let me try to make 4 points. And I think on the first one, I will build on what Pierre said. You know, in economics and in some other social sciences and policy debates, sometimes there is this contrast between inequality versus poverty, you know, whether people should care about inequality. For instance, if there is economic growth and you know, some groups are benefiting by 40%, others are benefiting by 10%, inequality increases perhaps, but everybody's getting better off. Well, I think that's just an academic debate. The reality is that people do care about it. And if people do care about it, I think it's our duty as social scientists to understand why, how, and also deal with these inequality-related phenomena. And in fact, you know, this is part of my sort of broader research. You know, humans are extremely adaptable. We can live under very different social arrangements, highly hierarchical, very egalitarian, different notions of fairness, different notions of what is a social contribution. But the reality remains that there are feelings, impulses that go back to the very early stages of our existence as Homo sapiens that make us not react very well to huge imbalances in either power or economic might. And I think we have to sort of think about that in the context of broadly rising inequalities. But I would actually submit that today's inequality is in some sense more pernicious in these dimensions than might first meet the eye. And the reason for that is because the overall context in which the economy of almost all nations around the world have been transformed over the last 4 or 5 decades is based on a narrative that highlights the effects of technology, increasing demand for skills, some sort of meritocracy. So it actually makes inequality a more jarring problem because it is associated with some groups not being able to keep up with modern demands, or at least that is the story that is implied. And in fact, the reality is quite different from that because we certainly do not live in a meritocracy. And even if we were to live in a meritocracy, you know, what does it mean for some people not to take advantage of new technologies or globalization when they have actually grown up in communities that have not invested adequately in their skills or capabilities. But there's also another dimension I want to put as my last point. Again, both in economics and public policy, there is, in my opinion, an unproductive debate about technology versus other factors, with the implication that somehow technology represents the inevitable forces that increase inequality, for example, through some sort of inexorable skill-biased technological change versus other causes, certainly institutional ones, or perhaps even globalization, are more related to policies that have been adopted. I think that's actually quite a misleading discussion. And this is another core part of my research, and I'd be very happy to talk about this in the later Q&A. But my work, for example, documents, at least for the US, that technological factors have been predominantly important in both the overall inequality and why some groups, such as high school graduate workers, have actually lost in terms of real incomes. But it also shows that just like globalization, technology was a highly specific choice. There wasn't any inexorable exogenous process of technological changes, but there was an ideological as well as economic interest dependent path of technology forged along automation and other choices that weakened workers, especially workers that weren't in the engineering high-skill cadre. And in that sense, globalization was very complementary to technology, or these automation type technologies, because globalization also sent some of the tasks that were previously performed by lower skilled workers to other countries, and in a way that exploited communication technologies. So in some sense, you know, the way that I view this, and again, of course, the details are open to debate, we have created a much higher level of inequality because of technological choices we have made, undergirded by certain institutional and political choices that have also evolved over this process. And in that sense, I also don't see any of this as growth enhancing. In fact, if you dig into the details, the technological choices have put too much emphasis on automation and have, in fact, slowed down some of the productivity gains that we could have made without this extent of automation. But let me stop here because I don't want to take time from my more insightful colleagues on the panel, so I look forward to being part of the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jerome. I'm sure you will come back in the discussion. Let me now turn to Branko Milanovic. Branko, the floor is yours.
Well, my 4 minutes, as Darren said, is actually want to write 4,000 pages. I would use 4 minutes to speak about global inequality. Just to start, you know, technically speaking, as many people know, global inequality is the result of two inequalities. Two inequalities within nation states, of which we will actually be speaking today, and inequality in nation state. Now, inequality between states is still in an overall unity. The rise of China, Vietnam, Indonesia, and other countries has reduced that component. However, it's still the question becomes how we reach that between nations inequality and what type of policies to follow. Now, let me put very generous different ways to do that. One is faster growth of the and populous countries. It is important to mention populous countries because obviously a growth rate of even percentage.
Branko, I'm sorry, we can't. Branko,
or if it happens in China.
Branko,
the second way to reduce inequality is policies of cooperation and aid between the rich part of the world and the poor part of the world. There is, for example, an area there where Africa, I think, plays an extremely important role. And when policy initiatives like the Chinese Belt and Road Initiative do play a role, and where actually, I think, the American current initiative of, to some extent, imitating China would also hopefully will help the process of convergence. And then the third part is migration. Migration from poorer countries to richer countries, almost by definition, and actually empirically it can be shown on the examples of migrants, reduces inequality, global inequality, and reduces global poverty. However, it might increase actually inequalities in both recipient countries and emitting countries. So this is why it's important to keep these different types of inequalities clearly in mind. As I said already, you can actually have an increase in both emitting country inequality, receiving country inequality, and overall decline in global inequality. Now, what are the most recent, how should I say, really significant challenges that we're facing? The first one is COVID, which obviously has had a tremendous impact on mortality, morbidity, but also income inequality. That impact, as we already are beginning to know, was not equal across the countries. For example, the just released US data show a significant decline, and I have to underline, decline in US inequality, probably the largest in the last 50 years. It may be very easily reversed because, as you know, that was the result of very proactive government policies and transfers to about 15% of GDP. But it is notable. We also know that in China,
we can't hear you. Excuse me, we can't hear you.
In urban inequality. And very interestingly, for the first time in 40 years, the decline of real income
Branko, I'm really sorry.
Quintile of the urban distribution. So that was the effect of COVID, which also obviously had huge effects on different countries.
Branko, we can't hear you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The connection. The connection is very, very poor, Branko. We can't hear you. Je suis vraiment désolé.
I'm so sorry, Branko. I have to interrupt you. The connection is so poor, we can hardly understand what you're hearing. We apologize greatly. If I understand briefly, you're talking about the increase in global inequalities after an entire period when they had been going down. But regression has made it spike up again. And there are different solutions for this problem. The first solution would be economic growth in developing countries. The second would be the role of aid which is given to developing countries. And the third is migration. But of course, migration does bring with it its own problems of managing those migratory flows. So I apologize. It's not a complete summary of what he said because sadly the sound was so poor. The technology fairy was not with us on that occasion. I'm now going to hand the floor to Gabriela Ramos. I'm crossing my fingers here and hoping that the quality will be better.
Thank you so much, Pierre. I hope you can all hear me.
Yes, we can, thank you.
Does it work?
Yeah, it does.
Is it working?
Yes, it is working. Very good. Yeah. Yes. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Well, I'm hearing myself, so let me then cut my audio. Thank you so much. I would like just to thank you for inviting the social and human science sector of UNESCO to this very important conversation. I just want to bring the perspective of how much policies matter to reduce inequalities. And these policies not only in the public sector as we know it, but also decisions that the private sector can make and decisions that the economics profession, we are in Aix-en-Provence, and I think it's a question of how much we also change the economic narratives that we have been advancing for so many years that you started addressing here and also Darren, because we have now confirmation that inequalities breed inequalities. And we know that if you are born in a low-income family, you will have less chances to get quality education, less chances if your parents are not educated to reach university levels. In my own country, being born in the north means that you will have 7 years less of life expectancy. And we know that these vulnerabilities that were created by the high level of inequalities that many of our economies achieved even before the COVID crisis were just compounded massively by the COVID crisis. No surprise, as Branko has been demonstrating, how much, of course, advanced economies with more fiscal space could be in better place to counter the impact than countries with high informality and low capacities, low social protection systems, not very well working health systems. And therefore, the picture now, as Secretary General Gutierrez has portrayed in his common agenda, is one of an emergency call. And I think that this should be, inequalities should be the ultimate and the primer, or along with climate change, one of the primary elements that we need to tackle. We need to tackle because we need to understand the compounding nature. We need to understand that inequalities made us less resilient during the COVID crisis. We could not withstand the shock actually because of the way the initial conditions prevented us from advancing. And now from the perspective of the Sustainable Development Goals, what we have now is a real catastrophe, I may say, because if we think about gender equality, labor force participation of women have decreased because of the caring, additional caring activities, because they were overrepresented in the sectors that were impacted by the COVID crisis, in the health, in the services, in the caring, and also because of violence. But if you think about life expectancy, also a very steep decrease in my country, 4 years less of life expectancy, but in general 3 years. But at the same time, we know that some gain from the crisis. The most prepared corporates that expanded their services in the digital world, we know that they achieved market capitalizations that were higher than they were expecting, 3.5 trillion. And this, the ILO has said that this is equal to the impact of the job losses. So what do we go from here, and how do we address this? Well, first, to really try to understand better, measure better, dissect better, and I think that the work that Darren and Branko have been doing help in this domain. We are doing some analysis, for example, on how much we need to move away from this narrative of the growth first, and then you redistribute. I think that we need to bring the equality ex ante in the way we develop economic policies, the same way as we need to bring sustainability. Not only relying on material well-being, as you said, not only GDP, we need multidimensional measures. We also need to invest in people and consider investment in health and education and as investment, not a cost. Try to measure better the return, because they can also be considered insurances. And also I would say that we need to invest in government capacities. It has been striking how much even the most advanced economies, the governments were not in a pretty good shape to protect their societies to the shock of the COVID crisis. And I would like to say that for the economies to move away from this narrative that governments should intervene only when there are market failures. I think this is long overdue to change this and to invest in government capacities. And the final word, being UNESCO, I would say, let's bring more solidarity. We're very worried about the changing priorities because of the Ukrainian war, and more funds being moved to defense industry, and not to forget that solidarity from the north to the south is really expected to waive the impact of the pandemic and to waive these differences that we see among countries and within countries. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Gabriela.
Thank you very much, Gabriela, reminding us of the importance of solidarity. Yes, it's not just wanting it that's important. We can't just order it. We have to do something about making it happen. So I'm going to hand over now to Augustin de Romanet. Thank you very much, Pierre. That's okay. I'm going to be speaking in French. Now, the subject is tackling inequalities. I'm going to try and tackle 3 inequalities to try and find 3 solutions. Tocqueville said in Democracy in America that democracy linked to the equalization of situations. This is what happened in the situations became equalized within states and between states. There was more equality. This trend then reversed. There was more inequality that was created afterwards. And with the increase in inequalities, there's a reduction in democracy. But I won't go into details about that. And of course, you have good inequalities and bad inequalities. Good inequalities are those that stimulate creativeness. The bad ones are those that undermine dignity. And the Chinese are very attentive, making sure that there aren't too many inequalities. A few years ago, somebody explained to me that Chinese communist leaders, the former regime, this is Tocqueville again, it was important not to make the same mistakes as the French regime, where there was the French Revolution that happened. So let's start with heritage inequalities. Since the 80s, they are going up. The 1% richest have 38% of all of the additional heritage accumulated since the 90s, whereas the 50% poorest have only picked up 2%. This is probably due to negative interest rates that fostered this leverage effect and increased income. And this is something that's been developed by Thomas Piketty. So we've had an increase in heritage inequality. And I've only got 4 minutes, so very quickly I'm going to talk about another theme. We need solutions. We need to think about heritage and inheritance, in France, there is a share of money that escapes tax, and that is life insurance. So I think that with the level of heritage inequality, that the amount of sums that we have in life insurance are not even known. It's not a tax expenditure. The heritage that we have in life insurance comes out of the beneficiaries' inheritance. It's not easy today. It's not possible today what the share of inheritance tax is. And this is my first point. Now, with respect to heritage inequalities, we must have solutions that make it possible to give a sense of inequality and to finance measures for equal opportunities. The second subject is education. I'll just talk about 2 points. There's a great, interesting debate in the United States, and that is what Michael Sandel said about meritocracies. What does he say? Well, he explains that in the United States, those who are at the top of the pile, those who have done the best studies, believe that if they're there, it's because they have the most talent, they're the best. Whereas this is not exactly true, because if they've got to the top of the pile and they are part of the Ivy League, it's because they've had Chinese lessons, pony lessons, etc. So this questioning of meritocracy in the United States calls on lots of compensatory measures. We've got to give room to human values alongside academic values. And I could talk about Aristotle, but I'd stop there. And then there's the question of education in France, where you have the PISA studies showing that there's been a drop in level. So this educational inequality, I don't really need to go into details about the fact that it's crucial to be able to correct it. And then the third theme, because I've almost finished my 4 minutes, I've got a minute left, it concerns all kinds of inequalities that affect the dignity of people, whether we're talking about their living conditions, whether their accommodation conditions, whether area-specific inequalities or care inequalities, even inequalities between men and women. France is not a high-performing country when it comes to violence against women. In Spain, there have been some great programs where they've managed to eradicate violence against women. In France, we still have our work cut out for us, even though we have people working in this area. And hopefully the new minister will take over these questions. And in Fukuyama's book called Identity that came out in 2018, you have some great developments focusing on the fact that in the human mind there are 3 dimensions. There are 2 dimensions that are studied, desire and reason. And then there's a 3rd dimension, which is the need for respect. It's what he refers to as Plato's thymus. So as long as individuals feel that inequalities are unjustified enough that their dignity is affected, that's when you have conflict. In 2018, Fukuyama wrote an article to say that what he wrote about the end of history was a mistake, because he'd forgotten that as long as people's dignity is respected, there will be wars and conflicts, and that stability will not exist. And to conclude, I will say that it's all the more important to tackle this question of inequality. We must qualify what is wrong. From inequality, we have populism that emerges. And Fukuyama also said that Trump and the populism of Trump was fueled by the feeling that American workers felt that globalization had really benefited an elite. So it's an important challenge if we want to conserve what is threatened today, and that is democracy. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much, Augustin. I'm now going to hand over to Sven.
Here at my screen it says that we're going to talk in English about tackling inequalities. I don't know whether you see that too. I actually like tackling because you need to track it and you need to tackle it. There's lots of inequalities, and many things make inequalities bigger. Many people talk about income inequality. Many people talk about the inequality of policy measures, be it energy policy, be it climate policy, the inequalities of education. And you can pile up large amounts of inequality. But when you then look at one tracking that gets often done, which is income inequality, the beauty is income inequality globally has improved a lot. It's under real stress right now and during COVID, but over the last 30 years improved a lot. But income inequality often then goes, it's the pain in the middle class. The high incomes increase their income, the middle class is squeezed, and the bottom incomes actually increase. But what that completely ignores is what I think is the inequality of affordability. We are currently in an affordability crisis, and that thing already was building up for society in quite a while. If you actually measure what people buy and compare it to their income, it is always the bottom that is squeezed. And that doesn't get said that way. It's always called the middle class squeeze because that's what the income says. And where are they squeezed? Their energy prices went up, their education costs went up, their healthcare costs went up, and in this moment their food prices and a few other things are going up. When people hear there's 10% inflation, or 8 or 12, a number like that, that is an average. If you are very rich, I think that was patrimoine, and you went cash in January, and the market goes down 30%, and then you go back in, then you actually had a 30% deflation. And if 50% of your income goes to housing, education, and energy, you probably had something like 30% inflation. And I believe what is not understood enough in the inequality debate, that not only the worst part of inequality, but also the solution might be much closer on the affordability side than on the income side. The experiments to do retaxation and redistribution at a much higher level have shown that, you know, when Sweden went too far, it didn't work and so on. And we could probably do better, but the reality is that's not the side where the only solutions sit. How can we make affordable housing? We will have to build houses. That means also in your backyard. If you want affordable energy, I actually like what is being considered in France or already done, that the first kilowatts are cheaper and then it gets market price plus, so that there's an affordability solution to the problem. I don't believe income can solve this puzzle, which is accelerating for many, many reasons. We will have to talk about affordability. And the people that casually say, we're nicely simulating now the prices that are really good for a carbon price, do not understand that a quarter of society by next year, March or April, in most of Europe will run out of cash and all their equity. At this energy price, life is, even in the West, not affordable. And inequality will have to be solved on the affordability side much more than on the income side. And that will mean innovation in how to produce houses, innovation in how to produce energy, innovation in how to produce food, but not a callous elite thing. No, this is actually a good price, because this is roughly what we need to go and change the energy policy or something else. Affordability. We are in an inequality of inaffordability.
Merci.
Thank you very much. So we've been around the table generally. We've talked about two of my questions, but we've forgotten about my last question, which was how do we manage the transformation that we have ahead of us, this environmental transformation, keeping in mind these inequalities. So it's a dual problem. How do we prevent more inequalities to be created? How do we make sure that the treatment of inequalities makes it even more possible to find a solution to this problem? So the debate is open. I can see that there are people at the back of the room with questions. Can we hand over the microphone to the people at the back of the room? Yes, the microphone is on its way. And please introduce yourself very quickly before you ask your question. In fact, I don't have a question. I just wanted to tell you that the screen went off, so it wasn't a question, it was a bug. But there is a question here.
Sorry, I do have a question. So it's for Sven Smith. As he asked the question in English, as he gave the speech in English, I'm going to ask the question in English. Je disais juste que je vais poser la question en anglais, étant donné que...
So I'm going to ask the question in English, given that he gave his speech in English.
You talked a lot about inequality of affordability, and what do you concretely suggest to tackle and tackle this inequality of affordability? Thank you.
I will not answer all examples, but I'll give one example, which is housing. We know how to make houses a lot cheaper, and the other issue is land. There are experiments around the world that work, where people take inner cities, take out the old buildings, and basically say you build units that are affordable, and the people can grow with multiple units on one site, so from 1 box to 2 box to 3 box, I'm simplifying. But it cuts the cost of housing by 10. And there are possibilities at scale to do this, not even so close to the backyards of people that often oppose this. One issue in all of this is people that are currently owning houses are afraid to suggest more houses should be built because their equity will go down. And quite a lot of people who are decision makers on housing are actually having a disincentive to make houses cheap. But the technical solution for affordable housing completely exists, and the experiments in the world that have been done to do it are just there to be scaled. And it's different in different countries and so on, but there's many, many examples where this works. We just need to scale them.
Merci. Donc, deux questions ici.
So 2 questions here, thank you. We'll take the 2 questions and then we'll ask the panel speakers to respond. Yes. Apparently, there's a consensus to say that inequalities are going up. Personally, I've been coming to this event for several years, and what I'm seeing is that every year we're saying that, yes, inequalities are increasing. You know, there are policymakers who come, politicians, business heads, and they're all saying, yes, the inequalities are going up, and they're saying, yes, but we're going to do what it takes. And again, here we are. We're not only saying that it's continuing, but they're getting worse. So isn't it time today to ask the minority that is pampered to take part and to do their bit and to rise to tomorrow's challenges? Thank you. So there were several parts to your question, but there was one that was important. We're saying, so we all go to seminars, and we know that there's a problem, and we have to act to solve that problem. But, you know, understanding the problem and acting on it is proving to be very difficult. So that's a first aspect. Another part to your question was there is a solution, and perhaps we'll be able to go back to that other question in the debate. So my question is a little bit more general. Now, as the McKinsey representative explained, there are technical solutions to build houses like rabbit hutches. It's possible. But then you have the notion of acceptability, if you will. So in economics, we talk about gross national product. Perhaps we need to imagine a different formula. You know, we've invented gross national happiness, maybe. Perhaps we could imagine a formula that mixes a country's income with insertion into that income of with the insertion of the meeting of basic needs, housing, health, and education. Unfortunately, the world is a world of economists. We're here in Aix-en-Provence for this meeting, and the biggest virtue here is to get it wrong most of the time. So couldn't we imagine a formula that would take on board that notion of meeting the essential needs of populations? Thank you for your question. I'll come back to the panel. Let's start with Augustin. I can't see on the screen Gabriella and the others, Branko, but I think that I will be able to hand over to them so that they can respond to what's been said. Yes, thank you very much. So I'll let my friend from McKinsey answer the second question. So you're saying the pampered minorities are not doing anything. Let me say 2 things. First of all, at macroeconomic level, when we talk about life insurance, I talked about life insurance that benefits from a tax exoneration. It's accidental. So that exoneration existed when there was an exoneration when somebody lived and somebody died. And that was an insurance for death. You couldn't recover your money afterwards. And little by little, at the start of the 80s, we merged these 2 insurances, and we created what was a kind of a tax niche. And I think that the extent of that needs to be addressed. I don't know whether we're talking about pampered elites, but that's something that should be treated by future governments, because the feeling of inequality is so big that it's going to be necessary so that we can reset things, or at least partially reset things when inheritance is being handed down, so that we can look at tax on fortune. Now let's go back to equal opportunities. In my company, for several years, I say to all of my colleagues that if you want to study, if you're a technician and you want to become an engineer, if you're a financier and you want to do a master's, the company will finance that, but on condition that you stay for 2 or 3 years in the company. So I was told that an employee wanted to do INSEAD, and that cost 80,000 euros. And I said, the company will pay for this so that all of the employees in the company know that if they follow training, if they want to follow a course, we will pay for it. At the bottom of the ladder, if you don't have an A level, you can ask the company to finance it. So there are things that are done on a day-to-day basis in companies. Things that are done, and believe me, it's about growing this idea of accountability. Now I'll hand over to my colleague for the second question. So very quickly, and then I'll hand over to the other members of the panel.
Was whether we should add other metrics to GDP. I will just say, because there was a little bit of a discussion whether growth helps. Growth helps. Higher growth helps inequality and the progress of the bottom. I just do not want to get it. We have done enough work on what's called sustainable inclusive growth. If you have more growth, inclusivity is much higher, easier, and if you have more growth, sustainability is much higher, because the financing of sustainability is easier if you have money. Now, you can add other metrics. We're actually doing that. It's called ESG, Sustainability Development Goals, and so on. And we're actually doing quite a lot of those. But I do believe that there is a simple metric, which is affordability. And it sounds like a repeat. But if you were to just say, are the basic needs affordable, i.e. income minus what the price is for the people, you'll get a much sharper metric for their progress. And we're only measuring aggregates right now. And to me, we should measure disaggregated progress, income minus what you buy, and you will get a much better metric. Now then there's some metrics that we don't measure with money, which you can add too. But with money, we can measure actually quite a lot of progress at the bottom. I would say quite a lot of the additional metrics that are chosen are great for the elites, not so great for the poor. The poor at the moment want food, energy, and being able to drive around with their car. They're not able right now. So affordability, that's the metric that I would push first.
Merci. Donc je voudrais aussi donner une chance.
Thank you. I'd also like to give the opportunity of our connected panelists to say something. I don't know whether they were able to hear the debate. I'd also like to let Branko say something. And Branko, earlier on, unfortunately, we weren't able to hear you properly. The connection was very bad. Perhaps you need to cut off your video so that we can have a greater bandwidth. Hopefully we'll be able to hear you better. I'm going to ask you to specify as well a number of data. You are one of the people who worked most on the understanding of inequalities. Especially, you showed that for a long period of time, income inequalities in the world went down, whereas more recently, income inequalities inside countries were increasing. Are we in a situation today where you have the two types of inequalities going up? Is that what your data is saying today? How are you seeing the future?
Well, I hope you can hear me now better. Can you tell me if you hear me?
Yes, we do hear you right now, yes. Yes.
We can hear you for the moment.
I'm very glad that you have asked this question. And it is, of course, a very nuanced question. You're absolutely right that actually in the last 4 decades, inequalities in the world, global inequality, has gone down. And it is very important to realize that it has gone down because large Asian countries like China and India more recently, and then Indonesia, Vietnam, and so forth, Bangladesh, have had high rates of growth. So in other words, growth was the element which reduced global inequality. Now the question is, what will happen to global inequality currently when we have to deal with COVID crisis, with the war in Ukraine, and with the trade conflict or trade wars to some extent between China and the US. And here we're in a very special situation. I would be very brief on that because obviously we have no time for this, but I just want to emphasize the fact that China has become a relatively rich country. And the mean income of China has outpaced the mean income in the world, means that China is no longer this engine of global inequality reduction that it used to be in the past. So our attention needs to be really focused on a continent where population is rising and which is not converging in terms of income, and this is Africa. So these are really, I think, two very important points when it comes to global inequality. When it comes to within national inequality, here the picture is also complex because in quite a few rich countries, we have not had a real increase in global within national inequalities in the last 10 years. They have been generally stable, including in France, and in some countries in Latin America, they have even gone down. So the picture is, I think, more complicated and more nuanced. Now, it could happen that we might face in the next 2 decades, and I'll stop with that, rising between country inequality if Africa does not catch up, and possible return of increasing within national inequalities, especially with what we said before about unaffordability of the essential goods or the increase in prices in fuel and energy.
Thank you very much, Branko.
Thank you, Branko. Darren, would you like to say something?
Your mic is off. Your mic is off.
Thank you, Pierre. Yes, let me make 2 comments. I think the first one is, I don't think we can get to grips with the problems of inequality that are relevant, especially for the Western world, but I think it's also true for the global aspect of inequality, without recognizing that it has a major ideological component. What is acceptable, where political power lies, and how the direction of technology and the direction of regulation have been influenced. And I think this observation makes me convinced that inequality is not something we should just debate in Davos-type meetings with, top executives and the very rich people worrying about the inequality at the bottom. I think it's a more societal problem that requires a more societal engagement. So that's number one. The second point, I just want to amplify a very important point that Gabriela made, which is that the view of many economists and policymakers have been that there is some sort of natural market process, and we let that market process work because it's efficient, and then if it generates a level of inequality that we don't like, then we use fiscal tools to redistribute, and those fiscal tools could be, income taxes, wealth taxes, universal basic income. I think this is, you can generate this type of view. For example, the celebrated Diamond-Merlis theorem in economics would be one foundation for it, but I think it's deeply misguided. Inequality is very much the fabric of how we organize production and how wages are set. And in fact, the only way to both socially and economically to reduce inequality is to investigate and to explore ways of organizing production and set wages in ways that are fairer. So just thinking, oh, well, we'll sort of find ways of reducing inequality ex post, I think that's part of the sort of the broader social aspect of inequality that has amplified so much. It has actually fueled it in some way. So I completely agree with what Gabriela said, and I just wanted to amplify that. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour ramener.
Thank you very much for bringing this important point to the table. We sadly don't have enough time to talk about it, but it's so important. Gabriela.
Well, I could not agree more with Darren. But the fact is that the reality is that the policies matter. We cannot pretend that policies that we have been following for decades have nothing to do with the increased inequalities. We cannot stop recognizing that tax systems became less progressive. Even if you capture in a photography that inequalities has not grown that much in developing countries, as Branko has mentioned, I find it unacceptable that 60% of GDP in Latin America accrue to the top 20%. So even if they don't grow, I mean, I don't think that there is more space to grow. So I really feel that we need a different way of thinking about growth itself, to invest more in those that have been lagging behind. The OECD did a fantastic job. I was there before, and we really got into household disposable income. We got into more granularity in terms of how the different deciles were faring in terms of the growth, the distribution of the benefits of growth. And the fact is that it doesn't work the way we have been measuring it and the way we have been advancing. I get very worried when I hear people saying, let's just get growth going, because we're going to get the same kind of growth that has led to this increase in inequalities and also to the climate emergency, because we are not introducing ex ante considerations related to equality or impact in social impacts and socials also regarding sustainability. And what our colleagues in Paris or in France are saying regarding the question of wages, I have to say that even in the more advanced economies, when you see the growth how growth was distributed even before the financial crisis, the bottom 40% of the population saw their wages stagnant. So we need to look at the distributional impacts. Now, fast forward, we are with the COVID impact. And as I said, inequalities made us less resilient because we didn't have universal health coverage, because we didn't have digital services for our kids to continue learning, because we didn't have all this infrastructure that we should have invested. And I mean, public-private, the social preferences might have something to say here, but we need those investments. And we need innovative thinking to the question that was brought, because it's not only the question of universal basic income that was brought before the COVID discussion, and everybody was saying, who's going to pay for that? Well, we invested 15 trillions. Countries invested 15 trillions to keep the economy going because of the health crisis. I think that could be have thought expenditures in a very different way. Yep. And I feel that we really need to invest more in those issues and give priority to those policies that are going to help us reduce these divergences and these paths, because they are creating the kind of societies and divisions and fragmentation that we have, but they are also bad for growth. Yeah. Because we stop having the contribution of low-income families, and because you have seen the high concentration in the digital world is also leading to lower productivity and lower growth. So I think a very different framework, go more granular, go income level, and measure differently and produce a different growth path.
Merci beaucoup. Malheureusement, nous avons atteint la fin.
Very sadly, we've reached the end of our time slot. I'll try and give you a few seconds to wrap up, but we are going to have to end our discussion quite quickly. And I also would like to pay tribute to the work carried out by those people who are helping us to watch the clock. Of course, they have to cope with a lot of difficulties.
Un aspect important.
We're hearing a lot of talk about wages. In developing countries, there is the informal sector, which constitutes an economy per se. I just would like to stress that point. There's a third world economist called Hernando de Soto, and he invented the notion of dead capital. So these poor people in developing countries cannot register their own property, for example. I think 90% of the work that is informal so thank you very much for bringing that point to the fore. So we have reached the end of our session, I'd just like to leave you with 4 ideas, which I'm taking home from our discussion. The first one is, as Clinton would have said, it's stupid politics. So inequalities are a power play game. It's pure politics. It's not a technical question that economists can solve. It's linked to all kinds of value systems and the power ratios in society. So let's change politics. Let's change policy, which is a constant and ongoing task in all countries. But we're not saying which direction one should move forward. But as you have pointed out, economists can say all kinds of stuff, but they are just talking, they're analyzing, and they don't have the action levers. The question is now, how do we get the action up there? Gabriella mentioned another point. Inequality breeds inequality. And I'm struck by inequality of revenue and inequality in terms of opportunities. Talents aren't distributed equally, and they lead to inequality of revenue. And once you've got inequality of revenue, you get inequality in terms of opportunities. So just because you're sorting out revenue doesn't mean that you're going to have equality in opportunities. So what are acceptable inequalities? What are unacceptable inequalities? We don't have the answer to that. It's a constant, ongoing question. Third point, we need more data because we do not sufficiently know enough about inequalities. We've got an aggregated view of inequalities. We can start to say this group compared to another group, but that's not enough. We really should zone down onto the individuals, those who are suffering, and when is it right to help them. And for that, we need much more sophisticated data. We often talk in averages, and average figures aren't enough for anybody. So we need more data. I think we need to invest in a better knowledge of how revenue is distributed. And as has been said in the debate, I think all public decisions must go hand in hand with an analysis on healthcare, revenue, etc. And my final point, I'm really frustrated because the main question of the day, the ecological transition, has been outside our debate today. So I'm frustrated about that, but we have to talk about that challenge and all of the inequalities that are behind that, because we have to deal with them as well. Otherwise, we'll not be able to put in place the necessary measures. So thank you very much for listening to our panelists. Thank you to the panelists for expressing yourselves. And hopefully we'll see you next year. We won't have solved all the problems between now and then. So I'd like the audience to join me in thanking Gabriella, Darren, Renko, Augustin, as well. Thank you very much. And thank you for attending.